Hey guys, how we doing? Welcome to the live watch along. Terence Crawford, ISRAIL, Madrimov, and wow, great timing because we've just seen is it an upset? Wow, a big, well, it's not a knockout, but a big stoppage win for Martin Bakole against Jared Big Baby Anderson. The previously undefeated Jared Anderson, he got dropped, got saved by the referee in the end. So really good time to come on. We've got three big fights to go. We've got Andy Ruiz and Jarrell, another big baby Miller. Let's hope he has maybe a little bit more luck than Jared Anderson did. So that's Andy Ruiz and Miller. And then we've got Cruz against Jose Valenzuela. That should be a good fight. And then, of course, the main event, Terence Crawford, ISRAIL, Madrimov. So, again, welcome to everyone that's tuning in. We'll probably get a few more as we go. No doubt there'll be a lot looking for free live streams. Just to clarify, this is not a live stream. It is a live watch along. This is you watching me watch the fight. Watching the fight and all commenting. So if you've got any comments, put it in there. What do you got there, Robert? Already in the chat there. How are you there, mate? Awesome effort by Bakole. Exciting fight. It was a really good fight. Look, I haven't seen a lot of the other fights. I did watch a little bit of Morel and what was his name? Where is it there? It's these names. I can never pronounce them, let alone remember them. So you know what I'm talking about anyway. But, yeah, good. Look, I thought David Morrell was unconvincing in his fight. I think it was a little bit like the David Benavides fight. His debut at 175 just struggled a little bit with maybe the extra weight. His opponent being a little bit more, obviously, heavier, a bit more durable. And both Benavides and Morrell have both struggled. So it'll be interesting to see how they go ongoing, but for that performance, wow, congratulations to Martin Bakole. He seems like a really good guy. He's actually from the the Republic of Congo, and now lives in Scotland, even down to the trunks he's wearing with the Scottish tartan. So yeah, but yeah, really good fight and good on Bakole. And look, I don't know where Miller goes. I think. Sorry, not Miller. The other big baby, Anderson. Sorry. I don't know where he goes now. He's always said his heart's maybe not quite in the sport. He wants to do it for as least of time as possible and get as much money as he can and get out. But geez, he got dropped by a beautiful right hand there. And we've got a new entrant into the mainstream heavyweight division. Martin Bakole, welcome. Let's see if Andy Ruiz can do the same tonight. Or Jarrell Miller gets back in. Of course, he was disappointing against Dubois. But can he get back in the swing of things as well? But I would think that if Ruiz wins tonight, we've got Ruiz, we've got Bakole now. Maybe they fight next. There's a lot of twists and turns going on in the heavyweight division. So a great fight. So, all right, so we've got, there's Tommy. How are you, mate? Welcome to the watch along. So much for bringing in Sugar Hill as a trainer. Yeah, well, I think it's one thing to bring in the trainer, Tommy, but you've got to have it inside. And my thing's always been not just boxing, but I suppose in life, you're all in or you're all out. There's no in between. And as we've just seen, then when it comes to boxing at this level, if you're just a little bit out, then this is what happens. You've got a Bakole who was committed, dedicated, just was desperate for the win against a Anderson who maybe wasn't quite, this is showing the view of the stadium, he looks pretty impressive. Maybe he just wasn't quite as invested as he should be and paid the price. So I'll get to the results of the card in a sec there, guys, once we get a few more people in the chat. Paul Camilleri, I'm just waiting for the Carlton comments. Bring them on. I'm open to it. I think it's normally Peter Nutt. He's normally in there somewhere. So Peter, come on, get on with it. 3-point winners last night with the Pies over the Blues. Not happy. Didn't get a great night's sleep. I could almost feel my blood boiling as I was sleeping, to be honest. But anyway, we're not talking football today. Paul, been watching since 6:30. Great fight. Well, you're a better man than me, Paul. I did look at the card and thought I would have liked to have seen a few of the early fights, but I'm not. Yeah, not. I used to be that way, Paul. These days, just bring me into the main fights. But I did watch half of the Morel fight and the full fight of that one. I did have to take my dog for a walk, and if you haven't seen it, make sure you check out Walking Boxing. It's had a really good lot of feedback so far. It's just basically me walking my dog, talking about all things boxing, and I think this week's mainly about the Olympics and the whole male competing as female and all the rest of it, and I'm a little bit over talking about it. I think what I will say, I think a lot of people jumped the gun on that, and again, I'm not going to talk about it too much unless you guys want to talk about it. It's your show. The whole thought initially, in the way it was painted to a lot of people, was that this was a transgender fighter that was competing as a male and female, and that's why the proverbial hit the fan. And it's just interesting to do the research and look a little bit more. But I did touch on it in today's video, so check it out. I watched a lot of videos in the last few days, just trying to educate myself, because I just want to be educated, especially when you put yourself out there and you've got, whether it be a YouTube page or a podcast, wherever it might be. If you put yourself out there with an opinion, you've got to be able to back it up. So make sure if you do that, make sure you're educated. So, but yeah, I watched some good videos this week that explained a lot. So check out my video today, and I shed a little bit of light on it. Anyway, it's on every single day. Goes for about 15 minutes every day, just with a little bit of what I think's going on in the world. And if you've got anything you want me to discuss, then let me know. All right, Tommy. David Morrell looked very lackluster, wild punches, and doesn't work behind the jab enough. I agree with you there, Tommy. As I said, a little bit like the Benavides fight, he did struggle with carrying the extra weight. And maybe the body has got to adjust to carrying the extra weight. I know it can be a bit of a factor sometimes that the more comfortable you are with actually making the weight, just maybe brings the tension levels, performance levels, whatever it might be. The mental capacity to be right in it just maybe brings them down. You get a little bit comfortable, and maybe we've seen that there. And again, just getting used to the bigger bodies, and rather than fighting a 168 pounder that might be coming down from, say, 180, you're fighting a 175 pounder that might be coming down from 190, 195. So it does accumulate. And I think Morrell and Benavides will be okay, but yeah, both of those guys, while they look great at 168 against smaller guys, of course, really did struggle in stages of their fight. So maybe they'll fight each other, but we'll see. After the second knockdown, Bacoli tried to land the walking uppercut like Foreman did to Cooney. Yeah, it was. I watched, strangely enough, Tommy, I did see a clip of that the other day, and I don't know, I can't remember where I saw it, but that second, he just walked straight in and just straight up the middle, and Cooney just froze on the spot and fell face first. Did he fall? No, he didn't. He just froze, and then Foreman came in with a big punch after that just knocked him out. But it is similar, Tommy. Good observation there, mate. Bacoli hits like a Max says Mutzi. Yeah, well, as I said, he's going to shake things up in the division, isn't he? Oh, here we go. Yep, I forgot. Go the Pies. I said on the video this morning, Paul, there's only 3 certain things in life: death, taxes, and Collingwood beating Carlton by under a goal and breaking Blues' hearts. I know, again, this is boxing, so all the boxing fans, just give me a second here. I've got to sort of vent a little bit here, but I can only just think on the other side, Paul. Firstly, if that was Collingwood taking a shot after the siren, I 100% guarantee they would have kicked it. Could have been Billy Frampton, the fullback, kicking from 80 metres out. He still would have kicked it and sunk Carlton. That's just what Collingwood have over Carlton at the moment. I couldn't help but dream, though, what if he had kicked it? Would have come from 32 points down, would have ruined Pendlebury's 400th, even though I've got a lot of respect for Scott Pendlebury, so all the best to him. And it would have put a line right through Collingwood season. But no, that doesn't happen in the fairy tale land of Carlton. That only happens to other teams. That happens when they play Carlton. And we get a shot after the siren. And what does he do? Doesn't score. He's 40 metres out. Would normally probably kick the goal. And what does he do? Doesn't just score. He just kicks it out on the full. What do they say? Serenity now, Paul. Serenity now. All right, Tommy, back to the boxing. Enough of the football. I've had enough of it. I'm not following it anymore. Bakali Zhang will be exciting. Good call there, Tommy. And this is what it also does in the heavyweight division now. We've all been talking about, well, the main fighters are Zhang and Parker. What happens now? Zhang's been beaten by Parker. Parker's been beaten by Joshua. Now Joe Joyce is out of the equation. Bakali Zhang, it makes sense, mate. It makes sense. Maybe even Bakali and Parker. Who knows? But what it does do, it just creates another dynamic. And if we have Andy Ruiz win today, I think then all of a sudden we have two fighters that are going to be right in the middle, and it just throws it all up in the air. And all of a sudden we've got Bakali, Zhang, Parker, Ruiz, all these fighters. Parker and Ruiz have obviously fought in the past, so maybe it could be, maybe mix it up a bit there. Maybe it could be Zhang and, what did you say there? Zhang and maybe Ruiz and Bakali and Parker. Who knows? Anyway, we'll keep dreaming anyway, mate. Yep, Larry, what an upset. Welcome to the show there too, mate. Mutty, thanks for bringing up this one, mate. Charlie Sr. to get a medal. Yes, he's guaranteed a bronze medal. So I did say again in the video, there's always someone that just maybe, I was going to say maybe outperforms expectations. I think he would have obviously went over there expecting whatever it might be to get a medal. But I've said it a million times, it comes down to the draw. But in last night's result too, Mutty, he actually fought I think it was a silver medalist from Tokyo and got the win. So, good luck to Charlie. We've got Caitlin Parker. She's on tonight, I think. The only two hopes left. If she wins, she gets a bronze medal. So, who knows? We could come away with at least 2 bronze medals in the event. So, Larry, give Bakali a big payday. Let him fight AJ. Yeah, well, again, thrown into the mix. Yep. Paul, been enjoying walking boxing. Short and sweet. Up-to-date boxing news. Love it, mate. Thanks, Paul. Look, it was just one of those things that I'm walking between sort of an hour and a half every day with the little dog, and I always think about what's going on. I thought, well, what's going to hurt just to do a quick video. I like always creating content. Of course, I do the talking boxing on a Monday night, so if you haven't watched that, make sure you tune in. Again, before someone says it, like and subscribe. I always get in trouble for not mentioning that, but yeah, I enjoy it, Paul. I enjoy just getting out for a walk in general. Although, talk about those magpies, it's almost magpie season, so not looking forward to that. I'm going to start walking with an umbrella. I don't care how it looks. I'm traumatized from my childhood of being swooped by magpies as a kid. So I don't care how sunny it is and there's not a cloud in the sky. I'll be walking with an umbrella because those little pricks are snipers, just like the football team. And just joking. But as I said, mate, I enjoy it. All right, Larry, never expected that kind of upset. Well, was it a big upset? I suppose it was. I guess the American heavyweight curse is alive. Anderson, too small, moves his head in a straight line, backing up, and doesn't react well to being hit. Seems too small for the heavyweights. He did seem really small there, Larry, but the weights, he weighed 252 and a half. Bakali weighed 284 and a half. So what's that, 32 pounds? What's that, about 15 kilos? Does it really matter that much as a heavyweight? I don't know, but he did look a lot smaller than Bakali, considering. So Anderson weighed 252 pounds and he still looks small. That just goes to show how big a guy that Bakali is. But yeah, look, I suppose it was an upset. Although, having said that, Anderson hadn't really, in my opinion, fought a lot of elite heavyweights. He had the the 10-round decision over Charles Martin, who, of course, had the IBF belt, I think it was. And outside that, hadn't really fought anybody. So I think it was more so hype there, Larry. And, Bakali bought it. So brought it to the ring and got the job done. So he's the one going to be in line for these big paydays. Marty, I didn't see the Andy Cruz fight, mate. I'm sorry. If anyone did see that, I'm sure someone has. Put it in the chat there. but I didn't see it, mate. Being on at 6:30 in the morning. So just quickly to go over the results here, guys. So speaking Andy Cruz, he had a 7th round knockout of Antonio Moran. He improves to Moran. Cruz improves to 4-0. Moran drops to 30, wins 7 losses and a draw. The other fight, Stephen Nelson with a 5th round knockout of Marcos Vazquez Rodriguez. He improves to 20-0 Nelson. Rodriguez drops to 20 wins, 1 loss and a draw. Ziad Almayoff improved to, you can call it an improvement with a draw, 5-0-1 with a 6-round draw over Michael Bullock, who drops to 6-7-1. And David Morrell with the 12-round decision over Kalijdik. He improves to 11-0. Kalijdik drops to 29-3. Then, of course, what we've been speaking about there, Bakali improved to 21-1. Anderson drops to 17-1. So the only 3 fights left now. We've got Isaac Cruz up next against Jose Valenzuela. Looking forward to that one. Then Andy Ruiz will fight Big Baby Miller in the co-main, and then Crawford Madrimov in the main event. I've got to admit, I'm not quite sure why. I understand Ruiz is the former heavyweight champion, but geez, I would have thought they would have put Isaac Cruz and Valenzuela as the co-main. But anyway, I'm sure they've got the reasons for that. David Morrell looks shaky. Anderson lost. I'm excited to see how the night plays out. Yeah. Well, apparently it's a sellout, Tommy. There was lots of concerns about the attendance at the fight, but from what I've read and seen, it was a sellout, and the crowd looks like it's building up quite nicely. But the card apparently started at 1 p.m. on Saturday in the States, in LA. Now, apparently they did say it's 95 degrees, which is about 30, I think it's 30, 32. I think that's how it works out. About 32, maybe something like that degrees, 1 o'clock in the afternoon. No shade. Yeah, good luck with that. I just don't know whether the powers that be got the right advice about putting on this card and when. I think even to the point, I mean, who knows, it might be a massive success, but Crawford Madrimov in LA for starters doesn't really make a lot of sense. But then starting it at 1 o'clock, do you think, and I might touch on this a little bit more in talking boxing, did the Saudis, do they really need to have, I know they're trying to do the best bias, by the way, but do they really need the amount of fights they've got? So on this card, you've got a 6-rounder, then you've got 3 10-rounders, and then 4 12-rounders. So what's that? 48, 58, 68, 78, 84 rounds of boxing. Do we really need that much? Again, I know they're trying to look after us boxing fans, but do they need that many fights? I think in this particular fight, and I understand they're trying to do the UFC thing where it's stacked. That's great, but do we need 4 12-rounders and 3 10-rounders? That is a lot of boxing. And then just a 6-rounder just to top things off. I mean, they even had fights at the open workouts the other day. So, hey, we love what they're doing in Saudi Arabia, but maybe spending a few unnecessary dollars. But anyway, I'd rather that than not get these cards at all. So here comes Big Baby Miller into the ring. He's a big boy as well. I'm not quite sure what that says there. There's a few... What have we got there? Is there a few Russians or something in there? I don't know what they're saying, but they're probably saying, where is the live stream? All right. Jai, okay. How are you, Jai? Anyway, mate, nice to have you on. Thoughts on Sean Porter saying Madrimov is the best at 154? Well, I can't really hear a lot of it, Jai, unless he said it somewhere else. But Sean, mate, we love you. But he's not the best 154-pounder, and I shouldn't say that. Touch wood. I was going to say I 100% guarantee that Terence Crawford proved that tonight, but I'm not going to say that. Nah, look, in my eyes, look, he's obviously a great fighter, or very good fighter. He's had a very extensive amateur background, but this is Terence Crawford we're talking about here. Now, he hasn't fought for a year, so who knows what he's going to come back as, but he still looks in good nick, and I know we can get old overnight, but I would think even without Crawford there, Jai, I would think, look, he's unproven. You might say he's the best at 154. We all thought maybe Tim was, and maybe it's Fundora, maybe it's Spence. Nah, I think it's definitely 100%, at least for the next couple of hours anyway. It's Terence Crawford. And I would probably put Tim and Madrimov probably equal second there. And, I mean, Tim's had a lot more fights than Madrimov, but, of course, lost his last fight, regardless of the circumstances. Madrimov maybe has the potential of being the best 154, but no, I don't agree with that. If he wins tonight, 100%. Look, it's just a gut feel, Jai, but I've just got a feeling that Crawford will prove 100% tonight why he's the best, and I think he'll have a clear win over Madrimov. All right, Tommy. Charles Martin only had 2 weeks to prepare for Jarrell Anderson, and he landed heavy shots on him a couple of fights back out. Yeah, well, I mean, Charles Martin, when he got knocked, knocked out by Joshua. Was it 2 rounds, whatever it was? Was it 2 rounds? Whatever it was. But, yeah, probably showed that maybe he wasn't quite world heavyweight champion material. But, yeah, this is the thing, Tommy. We see it time and time again. Those fighters that are heavily hyped and they get brought along really well and they get all these nice, easy knockouts and look great, and then they come up against a half-decent fighter and they get exposed. So I would prefer to go by ironclad results rather than, well, he's 17-0, he's 18-0, and he looks the part. Well, look at the competition and look at the resumes, and that's why, again, Tommy, Jai, with Madrimov, yep, a very, very good amateur, but amateurs aren't pros. He's had, 10 fights, 11 fights, what is it? 11, sorry. So he's 10-0-1. And looking at his record, of course, he beat Kurbanov, for the vacant title. Before that, no real fighters. He had those 2 fights against Sorrow. Yeah, I'm not seeing anything on there, mate, that really stands out apart from here. He looks good, but he hasn't fought anywhere near the caliber of Terence Crawford. That's why I think Terence Crawford proves tonight why he is the man. How are you, Andy? Welcome to the chat there, mate. Yes, like, subscribe, all that sort of stuff. How do you think Bud and Madrimov look during the weigh-ins? Bud, in my opinion, looks like he's filled out nicely at the new weight class. I agree, Tommy, just as Andy Ruiz makes his ring walk. I agree, mate. I thought Crawford looked very, very good at the weight. I was a little bit concerned that maybe he might not carry the extra 7 pounds, but he looked good. He actually, I don't know, it was maybe an illusion, but I actually thought he looked the bigger man. And that's why I'm probably even more confident that I think he gets the job done with, I won't say ease, but I think he gets the job relatively conclusively in this fight. But either way, I'm just glad we've got the fight. But yeah, I'm with you. I thought Crawford looked really good, Tommy, and I think he looked chiseled. There was no sign of any excess flab or anything like that. I mean, he was rock hard, and I just think this might be the absolute ideal weight for him. So, and just his attitude, it sort of reminds me a little bit of what he had against Spence, where I think he's a little bit insulted that people like Porter have said that Madrimov might be the best 154 pounder out there. And you just think that Crawford's the type of guy who just likes to make a point, and I think he makes a statement tonight. So, but again, he's been out for 12 months. He's 36? All right. Volley Latimer, how are you there, mate? I was wondering if you would be on tonight. Hi from Mexico. Yes. Great to have you on there, Volley. And I will be watching your man with interest, Cruz, however you pronounce it. Big fan of him. I was ringside in Vegas when he beat Rolly Ramiro, mate, and love everything about him. He's a great fighter. Well, not a great fighter. Very, very good fighter, world champion. Comes to fight, lets them go. But more importantly, is a very humble, down-to-earth guy, and I really like that in my favourite fighters. Just interesting, I'm seeing Andrew Ruiz there and good old Sean Gibbons in the background. So he's obviously got a stake in Andy Ruiz. You've got to love Sean Gibbons. If you don't know who I'm talking about, if you saw him, you would 100% know. He normally looks after more the Filipino fighters, especially Manny Pacquiao, and he always positions himself just beautifully right behind his fighter. Make sure he's looking up at the cameras to make sure he's on screen. There he is, just on cue, behind, just making sure the Botox is all okay. Behind Andrew Ruiz there, position right behind him, just so he's in that marquee spot. But he's a really, really nice guy. I've met Sean a couple of times, and he loves his boxing, and he does obviously great things. But yeah, just make sure he positions himself just right. All right, Paul. Here we go. I'm a magpie for life. They never swoop me because they understand me. I'm on their side. Well, I never trust them, Paul. We've got 3 that come to our door every day for a feed, and but I never trust them. I never turn my back on them, Paul. All right, Larry. Andy Cruz looked good. He was hurt a little bit in the start. He got hurt, okay, but gained control and knocked out Moran in the same round as Devin Haney. All right, I'm going to look at all the fights I've missed. I'm going to make sure that I check out on YouTube a little bit later on. All right, Big Baby Miller, 26-1-1, 22 knockouts from Brooklyn, New York. Definitely looks the part, doesn't he? So that's Miller. Yeah, Paul, Andy Cruz looked good. Plenty of talent. He definitely has, mate. He's, I think he's a world champion in the making there, mate. 100%. All right, so here's Andy Ruiz getting introduced. I'll give my scorecard as we go there too, guys, for these last 3 fights. I'm not sure we're going to need it in the second fight, to be honest. The Cruz. Oh, hang on. Where are we? Sorry, I did say that Cruz. Hang on. Straight over my head, I did say that Cruz and Valenzuela wasn't the co-main. Obviously, it is. I was under the impression that Ruiz and Miller would be the co-main. So the former former heavyweight champion of the world, of course, with that win over Anthony Joshua, getting introduced. Still a bit of a sparse crowd there, but does look like it's building nicely. So I'm thinking over there it's about 6:30 at night, so probably the ideal time to come out and get to the fights. Moran looked huge in the ring compared to Andy. Yep, I'll check that out a little bit later, Larry. Andy says, before we get into the fight here, bad luck, Anderson. I'm 3 for 3 at the moment. Hesitant on my next pick, Ruiz. Miller, bigger, had more activity and much more average punch output. Still, Ruiz more skill. Well, it depends on what Ruiz turns up there, Andy. I think if he turns up in half-decent nick, and he does look like he is in good condition there, but you just don't know what you're going to get. I think if he turns up in anywhere near his normal capacity, I think he gets the win over Miller, but anything is possible. He's only had the 1 loss, Jarrell Miller, and that was in his last fight to Dubois. So let's see what he's got. All right, so round number 1, I'll give you the rolling coverage as we go through the comments. No, volley. It's up next, mate. Cruz and Valenzuela is up next. Solid performance by Andy Cruz up to stoppage. Moran was bigger and pushed Andy Cruz for a bit. Well, so Moran was 30 wins, 6 losses and a draw. So that was for the IBF International Lightweight title. You need those type of fights. Oh, yeah, so he did for Jermaine Ortiz, okay, back in 2023. So, okay, so a tough journeyman. So, good win for Cruz. That's the type of win that's going to hold him in good stead. All right, so not much happening here in round number 1. Both guys just having a nice look at each other. Ruiz coming forward. Geez, he's got a real strange body type, hasn't he, Ruiz? It's like someone stole his behind, didn't they? He's all front. All right, Andy, we'll get a comment as we're going there. There's not much happening here at the moment. Congratulations, David Morrell. Do you think his stocks might have dropped going 12, though? Couldn't help Hot Rod wasn't as willing to make it a fight and was too friendly. Arta stopped Hot Rod, though. Yeah, I thought Hot Rod, that's a good way to describe him, actually, mate, because I won't try and pronounce his name. But, yeah, look, I just thought he was a bit too negative, Andy. I just thought I think he almost knew the script. He was there as the opponent. Morrell certainly wasn't at his best, I didn't think. I think he had some moments where he struggled. But Hot Rod, I just thought he had some real momentum there in the middle rounds and just didn't really push on with it, and just didn't really give himself an opportunity to win and take the fight on. So, again, we've got a minute to go here in round number 12, and not much at all has happened so far in this fight. Both guys just pretty much pouring out the lead hand. I'm not sure I've even seen a right hand yet. There's a right hand from Ruiz. Just brushes the ear of Miller, but not much so far. Jab to the body from Ruiz. But geez, it's a real uneventful opening to the fight. Mati, I was surprised how big Terence looked compared to Madrimov. It'll be interesting to see the size difference after rehydrating. Yeah. I don't think it'll make much difference, Mati. I think they'll probably rehydrate up to about the same, I think. I think both guys sort of made the weight pretty well. Probably walk around a similar weight, I would think. Volley, I'm here for Ruiz, Pitbull, and Madrimov. Okay. Good punches from Ruiz here. Opening up a little bit here is Andy Ruiz. He's a big boy, though, Miller. So, good round for Ruiz. I've given him that first round. So, I've got him 10-9 after one. Not much happened at all for about 2 minutes and 40 seconds. But Ruiz did wake up in the last 20 seconds, landed some okay shots. Nothing really telling, but did enough to win the round anyway. For Ruiz, yep, I hope he gets the win there too. Volley, yeah, I love Pitbull. Hope he gets the win. I've got probably going to differ a little bit with Madrimov there, Volley. I'm actually hoping that Terence Crawford gets the win there. Sorry, mate, I'll just reach over there. I can't sort of see that. Where you got there? Do you think Canelo might be more open fighting Crawford if he didn't lose to Bivol? I know Turkey's money can buy a lot. But I doubt the ego of Canelo could take a Crawford loss. Well, you're right about the ego there, mate. I don't blame Canelo for not maybe wanting that fight. And it's got nothing to do with ducking Crawford. He cops enough as it is. I just don't see what he has to gain out of the fight. This is round number 2 underway now. Look, on paper it would be a great win for him, but look at it for what it is. If he beats Crawford, yeah, typical Canelo. He beats up smaller fighters, and Crawford, 36 years old and going up to 168, and then if he loses to him, well, his legacy is in tatters. So I don't blame him for not taking the fight. I think I would love to see it. I think Crawford is a massive chance to win that fight, even with the extra poundage. I really do. I think he's just got that frame. He can carry it. And what is he now? 154 tonight. Looks fantastic. What's another 14 pounds? What's that? 6 kilos, 6.5 kilos. But Turkey's money can only go so far, in my opinion, Double G. I think it's great. The extra money's there. And I know he's sort of almost got the open checkbook policy. But I'm just not sure whether the fight happens because, as I said, I just don't think Canelo's got anything to gain from it at all. Looks great on paper, Canelo Alvarez versus Terence Crawford, but yeah, I don't know. But then again, who does Canelo fight after that? I think the Benavides and Morel fight, well, especially the Benavides fight, I think is in the toilet. Who does he fight next? I'm just not sure. I think he's probably got next year's 2 fights, and then maybe the May fight after that. So I'm thinking after the Belunga fight, he might have 3 fights left. So who are they? Good punches are here being landed by Ruiz again. I'm liking what I'm seeing at the moment for Ruiz. He's being very patient, picking his shots. There's a low blow from Miller. He's a big boy. And, I mean, you look at Ruiz, he's a massive guy, but Miller's actually making him look small. What was the weights again? Yeah, nice right hand from Miller there. Ruiz weighed 274.5. Miller, 305.5. Wow, that is nuts. So he's got 14 kilos on Andy Ruiz, who's one of the biggest heavyweights you'll see. Well, not tall, but he's thick, obviously. But, yeah. One good money on Martin. I'm on Miller for the win. Okay, Glenn. Welcome to the show there too, mate. Big Baby Miller being trained by Boots Dad Bozy Ennis. Okay, I didn't know that, Tommy. Thanks for that. Yes, Andy, let's go. Feel free to put anything in the chat as we're going there, guys, and we'll discuss it. We're in the last 10 seconds here of Ruiz and Miller. Miller is coming forward. He works the body there, but I think, for me, Ruiz has done enough for that to get that round. All right, I'm just going to put the scorecards up, I think. We'll see how we go. What do you guys think? So I've got him winning both of the first rounds. All right, so I'm going to put that up. Let's see. I'm going to put that right there. That's my scorecard. Was it 2 R's? Yeah, 2 R's. That's my scorecard at the moment there, guys. All right, I'll put it there so I can see it, but I've just got the screen right in front of me. I'm actually watching it on my phone, not the PC, because the PC, it's hard enough with the lag here, or the delay, let alone on the PC, which is probably another 20 or 30 seconds. So I'm actually watching it on my phone at the moment. All right, Andy. Ruiz likely catches Miller and stops him. In my opinion, much snappier punches. I tend to agree, Andy, from what we're seeing at the moment. Miller trying bullying tactics. Yep. Look, I don't mind the game plan from Miller so far is to try and back Ruiz up, make him work. Miller's not throwing a lot of punches either, although he does come forward now and lands a couple of good shots. But Ruiz has been out of the ring for so long and hasn't been active in the last 5 years. And there is such a thing as being fight fit. Just looking there. So total punches, Ruiz landed 19, Miller 10 so far. I didn't catch the percentages there, but so round number 3 of 12. I'm not quite sure. I don't know why this is a 12 rounder. There's no title on the line. Do these guys, back in the day it used to be, if it wasn't a title fight, no matter what, it was a 10 rounder. So Ruiz opening up a little bit there, but Miller doing good this round. He's snapping the jab out there, pushing Ruiz back, and as I said, just putting the pressure on him, just to maybe just take him out of his comfort zone. Remember, the last fight for Ruiz was, I'm pretty sure it was against Ortiz, and it was back in September 2022. So it's been almost 2 years since he's been in the ring. And Miller's last fight was back in December against Dubois. So, yeah, I don't mind what Miller's doing here. I think he's winning this round so far. Working the body, and I like these. He's coming forward. He's making Ruiz work, but he's not throwing a lot of unnecessary punches. He's really just coming forward and making Ruiz punch first, and then he's trying to counter. Ruiz is having his moments here. He's thrown a couple of good shots inside, but it's been a nice controlled round from Miller so far. I think he's boxing a lot better here than what he did against Dubois. Now, I'm not sure how you guys see it. What have we got there? So 40 seconds to go in round number 3. And a good round from Miller so far. Ruiz has definitely had his moments. Does look like he just might be just feeling the effects of the pace so far, though, Ruiz. And Miller looks quite fresh, barely even raised a sweat so far. And that's saying something considering his weight and the fact it's 30-something degrees outside. Nice little uppercut inside from Miller on the break. 10 seconds to go in round number 3. And, yeah, I think it's been a good round from Miller. A little bit low there, but I think on the bell, I think he's done enough to win the round. Wouldn't you know that? I can't change that. Where are we? Edit. What do we got there? So... Okay, so there's my scorecard there. I've got it 29-28 for Andy Ruiz. Yep, Mati. Sorry if I'm... Ruiz is a left hook working pretty well. Yeah, he does. Look, he's landing some good shots inside there, Mutty. I just think a lot of them being on the gloves. I just think Ruiz definitely had his moments, but I just think that Miller, nice jab, controlling the pace, controlling the rhythm of the fight so far, lands a really good little sneaky uppercut inside there. And I just think he was the more controlled, and I just think he landed sort of the more effective shots in that round. But still another close one. Ruiz, okay. Miller might be hoping Ruiz gasses late. Yep. Ruiz landing, though, those will tally up. Yep. Be interesting to see how the judges have this, Andy, because all 3 rounds have been pretty close, I think. Maybe the first one was Ruiz clearly, but the last 2 have been quite close as we start round number 4. And I've got a feeling that the commentators might have actually agreed with you, Andy, and given him that round. Ruiz just starting to look to just get inside and clinch a little bit more than what he did in the first rounds. I know it's a hot day. It's a 12-round fight. He looks like he's content to be on the back foot and really pot shot Miller coming in. But Miller's starting to really, I think, grow in confidence. Looks really fresh, and it's Ruiz who looks like he's just feeling the effects of the heat and the pace of the fight. But you can also probably make the argument that Ruiz is probably, maybe landing the better shots. But it's a long fight. This is why they make them 12 rounds. Let's see how the fight progresses. Some body shots inside by Miller. Little right hand as Andy Ruiz tries to hold. Yeah, another close round. We've got 1:15 to go. Ruiz with the overhand right. Miller pushes him back into the corner. Yeah, it's a difficult round to score, this one, because Miller's been pushing the action, trying to work inside, but Ruiz, you just get the impression, has landed maybe the better shots, and now Ruiz, nice little flurry from Ruiz there. Nice jab. So just over 30 seconds to go in round number 4. I think he's coming forward, Miller. It's an interesting. I'll be really intrigued to see how his fight is scored, because Miller is definitely pushing the pace. It's coming forward, but this round, I just think, especially in probably the last 30 seconds, Ruiz has probably landed the cleanest shots, although neither one of them probably have landed anything that clean, to be honest. Miller's definitely working the body. Nice little combination to the body there. Very close round. Very close round. What's that? Andy Miller, the aggressor, but Ruiz landing more cleaner punches. Yep. What's that? If your feet were in cement overnight, you would still have faster footwork than Big Baby Miller. Yeah. Just shuffles forward, doesn't he? Miller usually has a great gas tank, though. We'll see how this pans out. Yeah, Miller's round. Yep. Okay. Yeah, I tend to agree, Andy. I don't know. Look, I'm gonna slightly. I don't know. You and I look like we're gonna disagree on, mate. I'm very, very close round. I'm just gonna give it to Ruiz, maybe to even up for that last round. It was a little bit touch and go, but I think, would you have it 3 rounds to 1 for Ruiz, no matter how you're seeing it? I mean, it could be 2-2, who knows? But I don't know. Very, very, very close round. I'll give it to Ruiz, but I'm not going to argue with you, Andy, because it was just that close around. But I think I'll give him, the last one was very similar, so I'm going to give him 1 each, and we'll see how that pans out in the end. Tough rounds to score. I think as his fight goes on, you'll probably see a lot more inside fighting, a lot more fighting on the ropes. So we're into round number 5. Miller goes back to the body. He's landing some good body shots inside, Miller, and does, again, I've said it a few times, still looks very, very fresh. And looks like he's just slowing down a little bit there, Ruiz, and now he's starting to hold. So not a good sign being halfway through on a minute into round number 5. So Miller, I think in this case, should really start to pick it up. Ruiz is looking to just maybe have a bit of a rest. The middle round's coming up. He's going to obviously conserve himself for those last that last third of the fight. But again, he's hanging on in close now, and Miller's the one that's working. Okay, Larry, yep. So you agree, 3-1. Yep, same as me. There's a nice little 1-2 followed by a hook that just landed on the gloves there from Ruiz. But a good even fight so far. Oh, good body work followed by a left hook that landed on the gloves of Ruiz there. So Miller really digging into the body at the moment. You can see it's obviously his game plan. Lands a double right hand there on Ruiz. And Ruiz is backing up a little bit there. And definitely looks like he's feeling the pace now as Ruiz. And Miller is coming forward. And he's throwing a lot more, I'm not sure effective, but a lot harder punches at the moment, that's for sure. And the Ruiz is really struggling with the pace. Going backwards now, he comes out, does Ruiz, and ties Miller up. But I think he's definitely slowed down, and Miller looks like he's just starting to find his range. Nice body shots there. That's called as low, I think, there. Okay, well, there's an interesting one. Ruiz said the shot was low. The referee says, no, Andy, you pulled his head down and caused the shot to go low. So I'm not going to call that as a warning. So good refereeing, I think. Oh, some nice punches exchanged there. Some hooks. Miller going to the body and back to the head. Nice hook too. Lands on Ruiz. Right on the bell. A very clear round for me for Big Baby Miller. Clear round. And we've got ourselves a fight here, ladies and gentlemen. That's for sure. So there's my unofficial scorecard, 48-47 for Ruiz. Isaac Cruz enters the building. There's not much of him, is there? He's only short. But, geez, he puts them together well. Great to watch. As I said earlier, just looks like a great family man, very respectful type of guy. But, geez, you get in the ring, it's a different story, that's for sure. Andy, Miller picking up the pace. Miller's bullying style with the pressure and volume coming into play now. Yep, Miller for me. Yep. So that's my little unofficial scorecard there. I've got Ruiz 48, Miller 47 as we go into round number 6. Let's see if Ruiz can get a second wind here. And geez, there's never a dull moment in the heavyweight division, is there? Always upsets. And he's got his tail up a little bit here. Miller hasn't really done much to start round number 6. It's Ruiz who's doing all the punching, not landing really anything of effect at the moment. Or that right hand behind the ear got Miller's attention. Now Ruiz goes to the body with a straight right hand. Nice little sneaky right hand coming inside from Miller. For such a big guy, he actually puts them together quite well, Miller. And I know Larry said he's got the cement shoes on, but I think he just shuffles forward effectively. He's certainly not Muhammad Ali on his feet, that's for sure. But he just shuffles along, closes the range, and then does his work inside. And I've just got a feeling here if he's going to win, it's going to be just purely by just continuing to put on the pressure and gassing Ruiz out, who now looks absolutely exhausted halfway through round 6. Nice little left hook to the body from Miller. And now starting to have his moment in the round. And Ruiz, yeah, not looking in good condition at the moment. There's nothing worse too, guys, when you're in there and you know you've got a long way to go and you're exhausted. He's got 6 rounds and 1 minute to go, Ruiz, and he's got a guy who's not showing any signs of lightening up. This round up for grabs, I think. Ruiz started the round quite fast. But Miller in the last sort of minute or so is up the ante. So let's see who can win it in the last 40 seconds around number 6. Ooh, good little right uppercut inside from Ruiz to the body. A little jab from Miller. Backs Ruiz up. It's a tough round to score because Miller's putting on the pressure but not really landing anything of note. And Ruiz is backing up looking gassed as hell and has landed probably the better shots. Yeah, good finish from Miller. Uppercut right on the bell. Look, I'm going to give that round to Miller. I don't like scoring rounds even. And I think if you said we've got a 3 fight so far, I think, could you argue with it? I'm not sure. I'm sure if you disagree, let me know. But I've got it 57-57, 3 rounds apiece. The fight is up for grabs. All right. Yeah, nice little sneaky right hand from Miller inside there. And he landed that really nice uppercut on the bell. Worked the body really well. Right on the bell. Ruiz knew there was only a few seconds to go and relaxed. And Miller said, cop that right on the bell. All right, we go into the second half of the fight. Round number 7. All right, so Chris Manick has it 4 rounds to 2 for Ruiz. He gave the last 2 rounds to Miller. Now I think I gave Miller the second, I think it was. He gave it to Ruiz. Miller closing at rounds like Leonard Hagler. Yeah, Ruiz breathing heavy. Yep. Good call there, Andy. Yep. Doesn't do much during the round and then flurries in the last 10 or 15 seconds. It's a good strategy. This is probably about the time where I would think that Ruiz might be, that both guys would be obviously totally warmed up in the groove, found their rhythm and range and everything else. If they haven't found it by now, they're not going to find it. But this would be the point where Ruiz would be thinking, he's obviously struggled in the last couple of rounds, gassing out a little bit there. He'd be thinking, all right, second half of the fight, and we'll probably find the second win will start to come now for Andy Ruiz. Miller hasn't shown any sign of even having a first, second, or third. He's just been the same pace the whole fight and has actually been very, very effective. The mouth is a little bit open now, though, on Miller, though, I will say, which shows he's feeling the effects as well. Let me know how you have it there, guys. So Andy's got it 3. Yep, same as me. Not much has happened in round number 7. We've got just over a minute to go. Miller misses the big right hand and left hook. Some really hard rounds to score. I think Ruiz has probably just picked Miller off coming in a little bit here, though he looks exhausted. There goes my comment when I said he was finding his second win, but you never know. So nice little punches inside from Miller. I think he's right hand over the top. And Ruiz, He's really struggling at the moment to go with Miller. It's just the work rate of Miller's really upset him. Maybe in hindsight, Miller's probably not the best opponent to fight coming off a two-year layoff. And Miller now pushing Ruiz back. We've got 14 seconds to go in round number 7, and another tough round. I think Miller's done enough in the last part of this round to take the round. I'm going to give him that round. The thing is, what you've got to look at, you've got Ruiz. Yep, he landed some sort of good shots, I suppose, sort of probing, little shots inside, but backed up the whole round, wanted to clinch, wanted to hold, didn't really have any snap on his punches at all. Then you've got Miller, who's pushing the pace, really trying to work hard, and I think you've got to give the round to that guy. So I'm going to give that round to Jarrell Big Baby Miller. I've got him ahead 67-66. My scorecard up there. Yep. So that's my scorecard at the moment, which is 4 rounds to 3 for Big Baby Miller. As Andy has it the same. Now, apparently, am I wrong in saying there's supposed to be a concert by Eminem at some stage? I'm not going to live watch or live stream that one or do the watch along of an Eminem concert. Do we need an Eminem concert to go into the fights? Maybe, I know he's much loved over there, Eminem, but I'm here for the boxing. If you want to watch Eminem, I'll go to an Eminem concert or watch him on YouTube or something. All right, round number 8. Can Andy Ruiz pick up the pace here? He's lost in my card the last 3 rounds. He's definitely looking very, very confident, is Big Baby Miller. What are the odds of having 2 fighters, by the way, that with nicknames Big Baby? Yeah, I get it. We have a couple of sugars, a couple of monsters, whatever it might be. But big babies. All right, the stats. Ruiz has landed both fighters have landed 39% of their power punches. 68-49 in favour of Miller, but he's obviously throwing more. Yeah, no Eminem. He sucks. Come on, Volley. So we're halfway through round number 8. Been a quieter round. As we see Eddie Hearn and Oscar De La Hoya sitting beside each other at ringside. There's Mario Lopez I can see there as well. And is this another round for Big Baby? Ruiz is backing up. He looks gassed again. I know I say it every round, but not throwing a lot at the moment. And his Big Baby, who's just shuffling forward, backing up Ruiz, and I think having his way. It is a very uneventful round, though, this one. And you can't begrudge both guys for almost taking a round off. But it makes it very hard to score. Oh, soft right hand to the belly from Ruiz. Let's see if Miller finishes the same way as he has in the previous rounds. Got 20 seconds to go in round number 8. Nice couple of jabs from, and there's the customary flurry from Miller, and I think he might have done it again. 2 really good jabs, went to the body, backs Ruiz up to the corner. Look, you've got to give the round to someone, and I just think Ruiz is just not taking any control of the fight whatsoever. Miller is the one pushing forward. Miller is the one that's pushing the pace, and I think he's actually landing more shots. Ruiz is probably throwing more, but not really having any success. So Who's that there? Andy. Yeah, I agree. I've got it the same way. I've got it 5 rounds to 3. So for me, that puts Miller 2 rounds in front, but very nervously 2 rounds in front because you just have no idea how the judges are scoring this. Ruiz is the bigger name, former champion. He's the hometown fighter, if you will. It's a tough one. Oh, geez, it doesn't look good in slow motion when you've got Miller going to the body and there's a little bit of jiggling going on in the body of Andy Ruiz. Alvarez, Carbone. Ruiz needs a knockout to win from here. He's getting outworked. I'm with you, Alvarez. I agree. So I've got it, 77-75 there, 5 rounds to 3. On the edge of my chair. Come on, Andy. He needs to pull out something there, Volley. I haven't seen Chris Mannix's scorecard here for a few rounds, so it'd be interesting to see how he had. I think he had it 4-2 after 6. So it'd be interesting to see how he's got it after this round, maybe. Again, I'll say it. I'm not quite sure Big Baby was the right opponent for a comeback after 2 years out of the ring from Ruiz. Big guy, comes forward, high work rate, takes a good punch. Yeah, probably not the ideal opponent in hindsight. Let's see if Andy Ruiz can pull it out. And Miller working inside. He's very busy inside. And Andy Ruiz doesn't maybe look as gassed as he has in the last couple of rounds. He's starting to throw them inside. A couple of good punches landed there, in fact. Where's a left hook coming out of the clinch, though? But the body language of both guys tells a lot. You got Miller coming forward, looks super confident. Ruiz backing up, and he just almost looks defeated. And sometimes the body language can, again, be the difference between a judge giving you the round and not. Especially when the judges are looking for something, anything, to give you the round. Another even-ish round, I think. But again, I think Big Baby's pushed the pace. We've got a minute to go around number 9. It's another close one. You've got Miller coming forward, but hasn't really landed a lot. And Ruiz probably being a little bit busier on the back foot and him not landing a hell of a lot either. So what do we got? 40 seconds to go. Let's see who can close out the round. Nice right hand by Ruiz. Oh, uppercut from Miller. Right hand, left hook there from Miller. Geez, he's got some great endurance for a big guy. And I think he's taking this round now. Double right hand too. I like it. And some good shots is Big Baby Miller. 10 seconds to go in round number 9. I think it's another Miller round. Good close out to the round by Miller. And Ruiz is thinking, geez, what the hell was I thinking taking on this guy after 2 years out of the ring? Another good round from Big Baby Miller. Certainly not the same guy we saw against Dubois, that's for sure. There's my scorecard. 87-84 for Jarrell Big Baby Miller. Andy goes good with the jab, but needs to follow up with overhand right. Opening is presenting herself. The opening is definitely there, Andy, but the problem is he's just too gassed to throw it. And I think what's happening is he's too slow to throw the right hand as well. So he's poking out the jab, but then in the meantime, Miller closes the gap and he hasn't got the opportunity to throw that right hand. So he almost... I'm not a world-class trainer, but if I was in Ruiz's corner, I'd be saying jab to the body and then come straight over the top with the right hand straight afterwards. But looks that way, Larry. Ruiz, yep, 6-3, which is what I have it there. Yep. Looks that way, Larry. So round number 10. And I've got to say, Ruiz looking the defeated fighter at the moment. And Miller, just with it's not like he's loading up. It's just the volume. Hook off the break. Good punch from Miller. And could we see Ruiz get stopped here? Because Miller is really ramping up the pace here. This is going to be a big upset, I think. All right, so Chris Mannix has it. 86-85 for Ruiz. He's got it 5 rounds to 4 for Ruiz. All right. Don't know what fight I'm watching, but this was always going to happen, I suppose. But he's got it, Ruiz in front, 5 rounds to 4. What have I got it? 6 rounds to 3 for Miller. I suppose it might be a bit different being there in person to watching on TV, but Ruiz, to me, is really struggled in the last probably 5 or 6 rounds to win any of the rounds. So what do you guys think of that? Chris Mannix, 5 rounds to 4 for Ruiz. Look, he is digging in, Ruiz. I'll give him that. He looks exhausted. Miller started off the round really, really well. We've got a minute to go in round number 10. Miller started off really well, and Ruiz just worked his way back into the round. But as we know, Miller tends to come on strong in the last 30 seconds. So let's see what happens here. And just on cue, Miller starts to pick it up against a tiring Ruiz. Well, tiring, he's tired. So 30 seconds to go in round number 10. Yeah, another good round for Miller, I think. Just, nice combination from Ruiz, though. And Miller shakes it off and says, is that all you got? Ten seconds to go. And here comes Miller as usual. Ruiz tries to go with him, but Miller gets the better of it. I've got to give that round again to Miller. Here's Madrimov walking into the arena. Would have been probably an hour or so ago, I'm probably thinking. All right. So that's the way I have it at the moment. 97-93. Although, who knows, there might be a round or two that might have went the other way. I just think Miller's just been the more effective fighter. And there is Terence Crawford. For me, number 3 in the pound-for-pound rankings. If he has an impressive performance tonight, where will he fall after that? Do you put him above Inoue and Usyk? Let us know. All right, round number 11. They touch gloves. Let's see. Well, what did he say there? It's up for grabs, the fight. I got it 7 rounds to 3, so I don't know what I'm watching here. But, look, there are probably some rounds that could have went either way. And Ruiz is the A side, you would think. So let's see how it pans out in these last 2 rounds. All right, so Miller again coming forward. Ruiz, look, he has done pretty well to hang in there, I got to say, because he's looked absolutely exhausted for about 6 rounds now. Yeah. So 1 minute into round number 11. Ruiz has probably done the better in this round so far, I think. I don't know. It's so hard to tell. Both a little bit scrappy at this point of the fight. There's a 1-2-3 from Ruiz. Has absolutely no effect whatsoever against Big Baby Miller. Little hook on the break from Miller. I just can't get over such a big guy who has this type of stamina and work rate. Not so much work rate because he doesn't throw a lot of punches, but it's just the fact that he's always in front of you, always walking up. Even 11th round. We've got a minute to go. Let's see if it goes the same way as the last few, and Miller finishes strong. Still working inside Miller. Every time he gets inside, he throws uppercuts and hooks and body shots. And Ruiz is looking to hold. So 30 seconds to go, round number 11. Not a bad round from Ruiz. Lands a nice right hand there. I think so far, as exhausted as he looks, I think Ruiz might have just done enough in this round, I think. Miller's been aggressive, but hasn't really landed a lot. Oh, it's a tough one. Look, I'm going to... Miller tries hard to finish. Look, I'm going to give that round to Ruiz. It was such a close round. There's got to be a few different ways people looking at this fight. So I'm gonna take the easy way out and give that round to Ruiz, and that would make it 107 to 103 for Miller. So what's that? 7, is that right? Got that right there, 7 to 3. Hang on, maybe it should be 106. That would be more like it, I think, or is it? Yeah, that's it. Yep, 106. Sorry, guys. 106, 103. 7 rounds to 4 for Jarrell, Big Baby Miller. And we've got a few Russians in the chat there, I see. Obviously seen Madrimov's name in the live watch along and think, all right, we've got the live stream. Sorry, guys. Comment, though, if you can speak English, put it in there and we'll have a chat about it. Larry says, terrible fight. I think it hasn't been too bad. Look, it's not going to set any records there, I reckon, Larry. It's not certainly going to go down as Ali Fraser, but I think it's been okay. So last round, 30 seconds in. For me, Andy Ruiz has got to knock Miller out. Whoa, look out. The referees. That was interesting. The referee said stop and break, and Miller just kept punching, and the referee said, all right, that's what you want. Probably the hardest punches he's thrown in the fight, by the way, Miller. Yeah, I'm with you there, Andy. I think he needs a KO as well. 1 minute into the final round. I think Miller has started the round like he has in the last few, doing all the work. And could we be seeing a big upset here? Andy Ruiz may be finished after this. I don't think he's got it in him to knock Miller out. He's exhausted. He's holding on. It's Miller who's doing all the walking down of Ruiz. And I think he just wants the final bell to go here. I think halfway through round number 12. And I think Miller so far is winning this round quite clearly. Little elbow there pushes Ruiz off. They got away with that. The referee was on the opposite side. Yeah, good shots on the inside from Miller. Ruiz lands low on the close on the inside. The referee missed that as well. So 1 minute to go in round number 12. And Big Baby Miller, is he going to be back amongst it? He looked gone after Dubois beat him, but all of a sudden, is he in line with fights against Bacoli and Zhang and Parker? So 35 to go, and I think Miller is closing out the fight very, very well here. Backing Ruiz up, who just wants to hold and clinch. And this might be the end of Andy Ruiz, I think, because Big Baby, in my opinion, has won this fight handily. 15 seconds to go, round number 12. There is the clickers or clackers, whatever they are, for the last 10 seconds. Oh, a couple of hooks from Miller lands there, and he closes the show really well here. That is the end of the fight, and I'll be really interested to see the scorecards here, because who knows what is going to happen. There is my unofficial scorecard, 116-112 for Jarrell Big Baby Miller, 8 rounds to 4. And I don't see Sean Gibbons there anywhere in the corner afterwards. See you, Andy. That's a bit harsh, I know. What's that authorised seller? Awesome, mate. Where's Neil today? He's currently asleep in the office there, mate. He's had a big day. What his normal routine is, he's up nice and early. He's out the door, sprints out the door for his run, sprints down the road. I do have him on a leash, but around our neighbourhood there is areas where you can just sort of let him go. He doesn't wander too far, but he sprints down the road, and then halfway through, then it is a awful, not awful, but monotonous crawl back home. And then he has a feed, and then makes himself comfortable for the day. All right, Annie says, Big Baby Miller done enough, deserves the W. I agree, mate. So there's my unofficial card there. I've got it 116-112, 8 rounds to 4. So next week, Bowerchuck and Ortiz, what a fight that'll be. We might do the watch along for that as well, I reckon. From Las Vegas, that one. From the Mandalay Bay from memory. Oh, there's Sean. Yep, looking at the TV screen. Yes, Sean, you are on camera. Don't stress. So the looks on their faces, Miller looks quite confident. Andy Ruiz not looking as... I can't... And Big Baby Miller, it looks like he hasn't even had a fight. Not a mark on him. Looks totally fresh. Amazing. Let's see if they do the right thing here and give him the decision. If anyone can read Russian there, please let me know. I'm not sure whether we've got some happy Russians in the chat or some very unhappy Russians saying, hey, where's the live stream? All right, here we go. Here's the decision. $116-112 for Miller. This means it's going to be a split decision. Oh, no. A draw. A draw. Oh, my God. A draw. 6 rounds apiece. Oh... I don't understand it there, guy. I know I'm just listening to the commentators there. Sorry, I went sort of blank there for a minute. I'm listening to the commentators saying that Miller will be ruining, letting some rounds go. I don't think he could afford a better fight. Turkey LL Sheik. Not sure what he's saying, but yeah, that's harsh. That is harsh. What's he saying here? And the crowd is booing Andy Ruiz, the local fighter. All right, that's that. Good morning, everyone. I feel like Ruiz, 3 hours sleep after a week of night shift, but looking forward to the fights. Go Madrimov, yep. Miller deserved the win, says Andy. You can't get mad at the draw if you're Miller. Well, I'm not sure. Well, only if you look at it that he was the B-side, Larry, but I can't see how Ruiz won more than 4 or 5 rounds. I just can't see it, let alone a draw. So the draw was fair. Both weren't doing anything. Miller was just shoe shining at the end of the rounds. I had it 7-5 Miller, but could see the draw. Okay, that's not a bad way to look at it. Yeah, not the greatest fight, I suppose, but no way draw. It's coming from someone who picked Ruiz. Nobody deserved to win, let's be honest. Such a boring fight. Yeah, it wasn't great. Yeah, work done for the day, mate. Let's see what Miller has to say. Yeah, well, the crowd seems to think that Miller won. He got all the cheers, and that's interesting that it's in Ruiz's backyard. Hey, Volley, next is Isaac Cruz and Jose Valenzuela. I think this will be a good fight. I don't mind Valenzuela. I've just got a feeling, though, he's just not going to be strong enough to keep Cruz off him. I think he's just a little beast. He's Isaac Cruz. He's proven that, of course, against Gervonta Tank Davis in a close loss there. And what was his other loss? It was early in his career, I think. There it is. Yeah, Luis Montano Alvarez beat him in 2016 over 8 rounds. So, but I'm a big fan of Isaac Cruz. Larry, so excited for Isaac versus Rayo. Might be fight of the year. I think so too. We're always complaining about the hand, but I'm not so sure the hand had anything to do. I think even if he had a good hand, I don't think he would have hurt Miller at all. I just don't think he fought a good fight. I thought he looked exhausted. He looked gassed. He looked lethargic. He looked slow. I don't think he had a game plan. Look, don't get me wrong. Miller is somewhat limited. I just think he won that fight. I really do. I like Miller's attitude too. He's just telling it the way it is, and says he won the fight, but it's not getting too cut up about it. I like it. What's that? Just feels like Ruiz turns up for paychecks, relying on natural talent to get him by. I wish we could see the same Ruiz that fought Joseph Parker. Well, he was certainly motivated for that, wasn't he, Double G? Look, it's up to him at this stage. Look, with so much on the line, you would have thought that he would have maybe performed a little bit better, but look, he's still a name in the division, and he didn't lose. He got the draw. I would think Turkey Al Sheikh will probably do a rematch of that, or at least match both of those guys up against some of the other big guys in the division. Yeah, it's good, Andy. It's what you like to see. A lot of respect. I like it. Yeah, definitely a broken hand, but I don't look. Yeah, maybe it hindered him a bit. I don't know. I just think he fought a very lethargic fight and just didn't look good at all. All right, so now he's talking about taking on Big Baby Anderson, and maybe the loser gets rid of the nickname. Yeah, well done. Well spoken by both guys. All right, well, now we go to the co-main event. I'm just gonna, not that we'll probably need the scorecards in this fight, by the way, but I'm gonna keep count anyway. So it's 0-0 at the moment. I'll put up. What's his? It's Jose Valenzuela. I like him. This is going to be fireworks, I think. Let's hope so anyway. All right, so we'll put that up next. It's 0-0 at the moment. Jose Cruz, Jose Valenzuela. I hope I spelled his name right there. Valenzuela. All right, so both these guys, Isaac Cruz coming off a 8th round stoppage of Rolly Romero. What a win that was. That got him the WBA 140-pound title. And before that, it had 3 consecutive wins since losing to Tank Davis back in 2021 in a great fight that was as well. Valenzuela, on the other hand, Rayo Valenzuela, he's coming off the 6th round stoppage of Chris Colbert. You remember he got that awful, in my opinion, anyway, awful decision loss to Colbert. Was it 8 or 9 months earlier, or whatever it was? What's the date there? So that was, last fight was in December last year. Before that, it was March. So it was 9 months before. So he lost a 10-round decision to him. And actually before that, I didn't actually realise that he lost to Edwin De Los Santos as well by stoppage. That's right. I do remember that. So now he gets his opportunity. All right, so His Excellency Turki Al Sheikh says he thought Miller won the fight, which means Big Baby Miller will be on the next big card, you would think. He will put him on there. That's what he likes to do. Rayo looks to have improved. His jab particularly looks hard and sharp. Hopefully he can translate the latest camp with Robert Garcia. Good point there, mate, because sometimes it's the one intangible you got to look at that makes the difference. And Robert Garcia, in my opinion, is in the top 2 or 3 trainers in the sport. And whenever he's in the corner of a fighter, I always just look at them just a little bit differently. And I think if he's going to have a chance tonight, I think Garcia did say that he thought that Valenzuela will stop Isaac Cruz, which is interesting. I know he's probably got to say that, but he must know something that we don't. But as I said, Robert Garcia, great trainer. So it'll be interesting to see what he can add to Valenzuela to see him hold off Isaac Cruz. Miller will be back. He's a great talker. Battle of Big Babies on Usyk Fury 2 would be good. Miller versus Bacoli would be better. Yeah, that would be an awesome fight. Miller and Bacoli. I'd love to see that one. I like that. The loser could be Crybaby in the future. Yep, that's good. All right, so the Sheik's saying he obviously likes Canelo and Crawford, but he wants to see Zepeda. Who was that with? Was that Stevenson? I think he might have said Stevenson, Zepeda. That would be a ripper fight. So talking about the October 12th card. Now, just actually on that, what is the full card? Has it been announced yet? Let me just type in and see whether there's anything on BoxRec. Let's have a look. Now, I don't know why. Oh, okay. It's not bringing out because he must be on there as something else. Better be Ev. All right. They've got him listed Arta Better Be, by the way, as a Canadian, even though he's Russian. Yes, I know there's conflict over there, but he's Russian, BoxRec. He's Russian. All right. No card. So the card's not even on BoxRec at the moment. Better Be even Bivol. All right. Talking up a little bit there is the Sheik. So, okay. Talking about Canelo Crawford in Vegas, maybe. If not, in Saudi Arabia. Robert was a very good fighter himself. Yeah, it's probably an unknown thing there, mate, that Robert Garcia was a former world champion. Actually, let me bring up his record. But yes, it does get forgotten a lot that he was actually, I think it was the IBF. What one was it? There's too many Robert Garcias on there. There's a lot. Hang on, where's that? That's Algeria. No, I won't worry about it. It's too many. All right, so I'm not sure when the Eminem concert is going to be there, guys, but the next fight is Isaac Cruz and Jose Valenzuela. So anything else you want to talk about in the meantime, guys? I'm surprised that no one's brought up the whole Olympic thing this week with the male-female thing. As I said at the start, I think we've been over that a million times. I'm not quite sure. So we're up to the quarterfinals in the Olympics at the moment. I must admit, I've only really been watching the Aussies at the moment, but once the finals start, I'll start watching all of them. I just want to see what the draw is. All right, so just looking at... So today, Caitlin Parker, by the way, she's up against Marty from Morocco, I think it is. Charlie Senior beat Palam. Let's see if I can find the... so they haven't really got the schedule. Oh, yeah, there we go. Where is it? Schedule. All right, so tonight is the men's 71 kilo divisions. No, sorry, that was... All right, so men's quarterfinals tonight. That is the men's 71 kilo quarterfinals. So they're on all night. And then, do we have a break there? Because it doesn't go again. Oh no, that's just the 140. Anyway, they never make it easy, do they? All right. My stream is a few minutes behind yours. The Grand Poobah said Shakur versus Apeta is a goer. I like that one. Yep. Jack Senior won a bronze. He did. Let's see. Look, who knows? Does he get into the final? Well, the other thing that's interesting, that all the fighters, as far as I know, have only had to have 4 fights, where normally it used to be 5 fights. There's 32 boxes in the division. Not quite sure if that's still the case, but it used to be there was 32 boxes, and you would have to have 5 fights to win the gold or silver, or 4 fights to make the final. So I don't know whether all the Aussies at least got the bye, but yeah, only 4 fights these days. So I'm not quite sure what's happening there. I'm not sure why your stream is a few minutes behind mine, mate. Might just need to refresh it and get it up to speed. All right, so interviewing Porter there. I'm just looking on the papers at the moment to see, yeah. And of course, what's it all about? It's all about the male-female thing. It's definitely got boxing into the mainstream, hasn't it? Isn't it? Every single YouTube channel that I follow, not just necessarily boxing, it's just all talking about this. Crazy. All right, so we're just in between fights here. They're just showing highlights of Miller and Ruiz. And who was it before? So, all right, so Mutzi, so he said Shakur Zapata is a goer. Now, was that going to be on the... Was that October? Was that on the October 12 card? Good crowd starting to build up there, though. It certainly doesn't look full. And what are we? 2 fights to go. So let's see if they all pile in at the last minute. I think I said the other day, I got my ticket for Canelo and Berlanga. And the ticket sales on that, there was a lot of tickets gone. Now, I got on there the day after they went on sale. I think they went on sale maybe Wednesday, I think it was. So I got them on Thursday, or it on Thursday. And, yeah, not as cheap as I was hoping to be honest, especially with the exchange rate at the moment with the Australian dollar. It's just shocking. You know what's interesting though? The cost of the ticket, there was $300 worth of fees and charges on the ticket. $300 American, by the way. $300. So if you do your sums with everything, it's if they have, I don't know, 20,000 people there, do your sums up, it's at about $6 million just for Ticketmaster or Ticketek or wherever it was I bought the ticket through. $300. There was like 250. What was the fee? Whatever the fee was, and then there was another fee, another $50 on top of that for some other fee. Ridiculous, absolutely ridiculous. What was the fee for? I haven't got it on my it's on my phone here. I can't see it, but that is just crazy. $300 in fees and charges. It used to be like, was it $6-7? I know it's all here in Australia when you get a ticket. One thing I will say, which is good, they actually give, and they could, with that amount of money, they can afford to give more. But I think it's $1 for every ticket sold goes towards amateur boxing in the, is it the state or the country, whatever it might be. So they get 20,000. It's $20,000 that gets donated to amateur boxing. But geez, even if you made it $5, considering that, there's $100,000 they could give. But well, it's just ridiculous. All right, Andy, Shakur versus Zepeda would be lit. I agree. Shakur, a great defensive boxer, while Zepeda brings huge pressure and volume. I'm going to go out on a limb here and say Shakur wins that fight, Andy. I'm still not overly impressed. Well, no, it's probably a bad way to say it. I am impressed with Zepeda. But the bottom line is, hasn't fought anybody. The opposition he's fought, he's just steamrolled them all. I want to see how he handles someone like Shakur, who brings great footwork, hand speed, obviously great ability, and just doesn't stand there and let themselves get bombed out. That's what I want to see. Now, Zepeda might be everything they say he is, and that's great. But Shakur Stevenson is a unique talent. And I just think he, from just, again, my opinion, I think he schools Zepeda. I really do. Look, the only thing that's probably a little bit dodgy for me as my stream goes out there, whoops, yep, that we're back, is that Shakur is not a big puncher. Can he keep Zepeda off him for the duration? Now, I just think he can because he's got that unbelievable boxing technique, but also he's got great footwork, as I said, great hand speed. I think he beats Zepeda. But I would like to be pleasantly surprised. But we just can't, in my opinion, judge Zepeda because we just haven't seen him fight anybody. All right. This is another thing I don't like either, too, guys. These massive gaps in between fights. I think they just need to get more of some boxing consultants on hand and say, hey, boxing fans, they don't like to be kept waiting. Just keep them rolling. Yeah, okay. So we're getting a look at the celebrities in attendance. That's great. That's awesome. Oh, Piers Morgan. That's great. Do we really care if Piers Morgan is there and getting interviewed? What's that, Volley? I've got to ask who you got between Bivol and Better Bev. I like that, Volley. Okay. Good question. I think for me, Dimitri Bivol, I think, wins that fight. And I can't really give you a definitive answer why. Well, I suppose I can. I think Bivol is made up of that Russian steel that Beterbiev is obviously made up of as well. And I think sometimes you've got to be able to have steel to beat steel. They're just built different, the Russians. They really are. I think he's got great boxing ability. Bivol, he can punch as well. Not that that will matter too much against Bivol, because I don't think it matters whether he hits him with a crowbar. I don't think he knocks Beterbiev out. But I just think he's made up of the same ingredients, I suppose, as Beterbiev. But I just think the boxing ability, he's got great endurance. I think he can box, punch, Yeah, I just think Bivol gets the win. Wouldn't be surprised if Better Beeve wins, but for me, Bivol. Just looking at the crowd there, it's an interesting one. It looks to be a lot of people there, but there's a lot of empty seats, like spasmodically around, like intermixed with everything. It's not like any sections that are vacant. It's an even spread, but there's a lot of vacant seats around the stadium. Let's see what it's like after. Well, now that Cruz is going to come up. What's that, Glenn? You're so dirty. Had 100 on Miller. What a joke. Thought he was unlucky, mate. Bivol, movement and lead hand, too much for nearly 40-year-old with leg injuries, yeah. The thing is, Oakland, it still hasn't. I know it's been sort of announced that that's the date, but the fact it's not on Box Rec, there's no real. Is the undercard sort of been announced? Yeah, I'm not sure. I'll be more relieved when it's all officially done and dusted. I think still at the moment, what are we? Still 3 months away, so we've got a bit of time. October. What are we now? So only 2 months away, 2.5 months away. Yeah, I don't know. Let's hope we're not. They haven't told us sort of everything, but so looking at this box rate now, no, still nothing. All right, guys, let's get on with it now. Geez, the height difference between Valenzuela and Cruz is just massive. And there's good old Sean Gibbons again. He's in the corner of Cruz, so he's gone away from just the Filipinos, and now he's in with the Mexicans as well. He's got some power punches, this Cruz. Jeez, he's tiny. I wonder what's his height. Has it got his height there? I think it has his height, does it? Height, 5'4". Wow. All right, so it looks like he's about to get ready for his ring walk. He's in the corner at the moment doing a little bit of pad work. There's Valenzuela. Does it look like, has he got, they've both got black trunks on, which is odd. Normally they make, well, it used to be the case, they would make the challenger wear different different coloured trunks to the champion. His gloves look a bit odd there too. There's no real shine on the gloves. They're a flat type of leather, like the colour. Southpaw. Yep. All right. So we're not too far away there, guys. All right. So tail of the tape. Isaac Cruz, 27. Valenzuela, 25. 5'10" is Valenzuela. 5'4" is Cruz. Weight is the same. Reach 70 inches for Valenzuela, 63 inches for Cruz. So massive physical advantages for Valenzuela, except for probably one thing, and that is strength and power. That definitely goes to the challenger. All right, so we're about to start the ring walks. The announcer is on at the moment. What's his name? Thomas Treba. I haven't seen him before. He's a ring announcer. All right, so Valenzuela making his ring walk now. Don't forget, guys, like, subscribe. We're heading towards about 1,500 subscribers, so for everyone that does subscribe, I appreciate it a lot. A few highlight reels for Valenzuela. But again, I know I've said it a couple of times, the crowd, it's very sparse. There's a good crowd around the whole arena. Like they're occupying every part of the arena, but it's very, very, as I said, sparse at the moment. It's a lot of gaps. A lot of gaps. And that's not like the LA boxing fans. I've been to quite a few shows there. I remember some of the fights at the StubHub Center, the Superfly tournament. I went there. I went to see, who was it? One of the, I think I said on here before, when, who was it? Martin, what was his name? Rafael Marquez, and Israel Vasquez when they one of their fights. And Victor Chenian fought on the undercard. Just the atmosphere. But the Superfly one was great as well. Also went there when Julio Cesar Chavez Jr. got stopped by... Who was it that stopped him? Let me bring that up. Hang on. Okay. I've got Fundora on my mind. It wasn't him. Chavez. Where is it? That's senior. There it is. Who did he fight? It was back in 2015. Fonfara. I don't know why I was thinking of Fundora, but yeah, Fonfara. I don't remember it too much, but who fought on the undercard that night? No one of note by the looks of things. No. Yep. All right, guys. So Pitbull about to make his entrance to the ring. And it was amazing in Vegas being there when he beat Ramiro, because even though Tim Tszyu was the main event with Fundora, the crowd, it was all about Isaac Cruz. And to the point where I think it was the co-main, that when that fight was over, there was a mass exodus from the arena that night, which just probably makes sense why they will put him on this card, of course, because he's going to bring that Mexican crowd. Ruiz would have done the same. Yeah, he's got the mask on. Pitbull. Yeah, it's pretty cool. Yeah, Larry agrees. Yep. What's that, James? Just so you know, I can hear the coverage. Oh, in my headphones. Okay, I don't think we're being blocked at all. Is it nearly 60 people or something watching, and they're sort of coming and going? So we mustn't be having too many dramas there, James, but let me know. I have got it up, the volume up just a little bit louder than what I normally do. Was that Larry? Rayo looked huge at the weigh-in. I wonder if he'll be able to capitalise on his size and boxing ability. He can't get tired late in the fight. Well, you don't want to get tired anywhere in the fight, Larry, because Cruz, he just keeps coming, doesn't he? Does not stop throwing punches. I'll turn it down just a fraction there, just in case I do get flagged. So Larry says Cruz by late round TKO. I'm going to say 8 or 9 rounds. I'm thinking, Larry, we'll put a round on it. Let's say round number 9. I think he gets Valenzuela out of there. The fans say 85% Cruz will win and 15% Valenzuela will win. That's on the DAZN app. So as Pitbull enters the ring, and a lot of support for the Pitbull. Good outfit he's got on. He's got the sparkly black and, of course, the mask. There's old mate Sean Gibbons in the corner there. Sorry, I don't want to keep hanging shit on Sean. We need people like him in the sport. All right, so the introductions are starting now for the WBA 140-pound title. I'd like to actually see Cruz against maybe a Liam Parra. I think that'd be a ripper. All right, so that is a cool mask. If you can't see it, it literally is a pit bull dog. So what time is it now? It's 10 to 1. So I got on here at 11 o'clock. So this has been going since 6:30 this morning. So 5.5. So it's over 6 hours already, and we've got 2 fights to go. An 8-hour card. I've actually seen in the past too in Vegas, they've done it on some of the big shows over there. They actually open the doors at about 3 o'clock in the afternoon, and it'll have 3 hours of prelim fights, and then they have the main fights on from 6 o'clock for the pay-per-view. I've never actually done that, to be honest. It's a long. I love my boxing. That's a long day of fights. Maybe back in the day I would have done it, but these days I'm a little bit older and crankier. I haven't got the attention span that I used to have. All right, Jose Valenzuela, 13-2, 9 KOs. From Renton, Washington. Via Sinaloa, Mexico. And again, I'm really interested to see how he has improved with Robert Garcia in the corner. Who we got there? Monk. What do you got there, mate? A bit of a off topic. Just read that No Inoue next fight against TJ will be shown live at all cinemas for $50 in Japan, and people still doubt how popular he is. Yeah, well, I spoke to Jason Maloney, Monk. Of course, he was over there, lost his title on his last fight, but he said it was on the Inoue undercard, of course. There's Isaac Cruz, by the way, 26-2-1, 18 knockouts from Mexico City, Mexico. And he said that he pretty much has security around him all the time. He cannot go anywhere. He said he's an absolute superstar over there. And that doesn't surprise me, mate. $50. So you just imagine the amount of money that he's making over there. And you can't blame him for not having any interest in leaving Japan. I know he's fought outside Japan a couple of times, but why would he go anywhere else? He's now one of the biggest names, or in the top 2 or 3 names in the sport. Definitely the number 1 name in Japan. So why does he need to go anywhere else? So, but that $50. So you just got to imagine how many thousands of people would go to those cinemas over there to watch him. Amazing. And geez, I hope he fights Nakatani. Oh, what a fight that will be. All right, guys. So both fighters in center ring, Isaac Cruz and Jose Valenzuela. The boys get the instructions from the referee. I'll get that off the screen there. By the way, Monk, I think that ends very, very badly for TJ Doheny. I think if he was totally outboxed by Sam Goodman, I don't like to see what, or won't like to see what Inoue will do to him. All right, here we go. Round number 1 coming up. Here we go. Round number 1. Both guys in black. Valenzuela the southpaw, Cruz orthodox. And Cruz starts early, digs into the head and body. Nice little turn there from Valenzuela though. You can already see this is going to be fireworks. Both guys really up for the fight tonight. And Cruz digs in, and Valenzuela's happy to trade with him. I think if we were disappointed in the last fight, this one, this is not going to disappoint. The last one looked like it was in slow motion compared to this one. Yeah, definitely looking to get in close, obviously, is Cruz. And Valenzuela's not looking to run from him, but he just wants to give himself space and not let Cruz get on his chest. Yeah, good exchanges so far from both guys. You see Valenzuela, he's looking for Cruz to come in. He's picking him off and then spinning off to the side and not just standing there. Good start to the fight, I think, from Valenzuela. I'm going to call him Rayo because I can see me getting a bit tongue-tied as we go. So Rayo versus Cruz. And Cruz is digging in. He only knows one way to fight, does Cruz. So Rayo just poking that jab out there, looking to lead Cruz onto that left hand. There's a nice little left to the body from Rayo. Hook. Very, very good start to the fight so far from Rayo. Cruz misses a wild right swing, I suppose you could call it. Just under a minute to go. Good start to the fight from Rayo, I'm thinking here. Cruz, we know what we're going to get from him. And I did have doubts that he'd be able to keep Cruz off him. Having said that, we've got 11 rounds to go after this one. But so far, looks okay. I like the strategy. Long range, lead him onto the left, and then off to the side. Yeah, good start from Rayo Valenzuela. Cruz is having a little trouble just getting close to Rayo at the moment. He's just missing by an inch or two each time he tries to throw punches. A little bit low from Rayo there, and Cruz as well. Right hand lands from Cruz. And that's the end of round number 1. Good round for me for Valenzuela, for Rayo. I think he dictated the pace a lot as they interview Mike Tyson. Looking good, his Iron Mike. And it's funny, there's the red carpet out the front of the venue as they get the celebrities going in. They're definitely up in the ante here is the Saudis with Riyadh season. There he's actually sitting ringside now. And just behind him is Lomachenko. Yep. All right, so there's my scorecard after round number 1. I gave that round to Rayo. I think he had the better of the exchanges and boxed it very, very well. All right, so we go into round number 2. I've got a feeling this fight's going to go very, very quickly. They tend to when they're all action. And I can see in the background there the crowd is starting to go up a little bit. Good hook lands from Cruz. And now he tees off, and if I was Rayo, I would not stand in the corner and let him tee off. I'd be out of there or at least clinch. Yeah, Cruz, he has to be careful. I think the commentators are there with the head because he's sort of trying to get out of the clinch, but that head is getting very close to Rayo's chin. But he did land a good hook and then a couple of other punches after that. And I would like to see if Rayo's going to win this. He needs to not just stand in the corners. He needs to clinch, tie up, and get out of there. But a really good start to this fight from both guys. Oh, he gets caught with a hook as he threw an uppercut there, Rayo. Good little turn, though. Gets back to center ring. Sorry, I was just looking at a message there. Yeah, better round from Cruz. He's starting to close that gap already. And Rayo is happy just to clinch at the moment. So we're halfway through round number 2. And if Rayo's going to win, he needs to keep that range from Cruz. And if he gets close, he needs to tie him up. Because when Cruz gets in close, he does seem to hurt Rayo. Nice little 1-2 from Valenzuela there. With a minute to go in round number 2. Still boxing well is Rayo Valenzuela, but Cruz is getting in close and landing shots. That's better from Valenzuela, just giving him some angles. Goes underneath the lead hook there. Rayo did that very well. All right, 30 seconds to go, round number 2. Geez, he throws bombs, Cruz. He just lets them go. You know exactly what you're going to get. Little lead uppercut from Rayo Valenzuela landed there. He's worked his way back into the round okay. Having said that, Cruz goes bang, 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 bang. Not many of them landed, but geez, he throws every punch with bad intentions, does Cruz. And a good round from Cruz. I think I've given him that round, so I've got it 19-19. Who's that in the crowd? Alicia Keys. Okay. Like they're in Smoking Aces. All right, so there's my scorecard. I have it 19-19. How do you have it? There's Vince Vaughn. Love his movies. Okay, I'm not quite sure what that says there, but chat amongst yourselves. Enjoying a beer there, Vince Vaughn. Good to see him there. All right, here we go for round number 3. So you can see there I've got a round apiece, 19-19 on my unofficial scorecard. Here we go. And it's good there. The sun has gone down at the stadium. It looks a hell of a lot better. Crowd seems to just be building up a little bit there. And looks like a good crowd too. And the tickets weren't cheap. Little left hook from Cruz there. You just get the impression this is going to go down to the wire. Valenzuela looks a lot quicker. Nice little 1-2 there from Valenzuela lands too. Yeah, I'm liking the fight from both guys at the moment. Cruz doing some good work inside, and Valenzuela doing some really good work from the outside. This is how long can Valenzuela keep Cruz off? That's probably the biggest question. Yeah, the commentators are saying the temperature has dropped a fair bit, so a really nice night for boxing. Good boxing from Valenzuela this round. Nice little left, straight left to the body. Pokes out the jab. But this is where he needs to get off those ropes. That's better. Back to center ring. Good punches from Valenzuela here. Cruz, he's coming in, but just probably not as busy as he was early in the fight. And that's obviously to be expected. But Valenzuela giving more than he's getting at the moment, I think, in this round. Yeah, it was a good body shot there by Cruz, and it's really good footwork being shown by Valenzuela at the moment. If Cruz gets in close, he sidesteps to the right, and this is now going to be up to Cruz to be able to cut him off and keep him on the ropes or in the corner. I think it's another good round from Valenzuela so far with 45 seconds to go in round number 3. I'd like to see maybe Cruz even sort of coming, even if he's just jabbing into the chest of Valenzuela, just to get his range and to get a little bit closer. He's just leading with hooks and uppercuts. And Valenzuela at this stage is just reading him really well and just not being there. I think he's winning this round, Valenzuela. 20 seconds to go, round number 3. Good fight so far. Really good fight. And Cruz just looks like he's just little gas, and that's probably to be expected. He's fought 3 rounds at just turbo pace. But Valenzuela, I like his fight so far. Oh, geez, Cruz just missed a couple of big punches on the bell there. But look, I'm going to give that round to Rayo Valenzuela. All right, so there's my scorecard. I've got 2 rounds to 1 for Rayo Valenzuela. So 29-28. A few basketballers in the crowd there. There's Scottie Pippen. Geez, they're big boys, aren't they? All right, let me know how you have it, guys. There's my scorecard, 2 rounds to 1. Nice jab there on slow motion from Valenzuela. Cruz just falls short with the counter right hand. Valenzuela just doing a really good job at the moment to keep Cruz just out of range. All right, round number 4. Here we go. Very good fight so far. 2-1 Rayo, says Larry. Yep, same as me. And you would think, being a Garcia fighter, the condition will stand up. It's whether or not the chin stands up, I suppose. But as the fight goes on, well, Cruz's power is going to diminish a little bit as well, so maybe it balances out. But so far, I'm really impressed with the way Valenzuela has boxed. Well, I think I did pick Cruz by, was it 9th round stoppage? So far, I'm liking what I'm seeing with Valenzuela, I should say, not Venezuela. Again, I'll call him Rayo. He's just being a bit wild for me, Cruz. I know that's his style, and he does throw some hard shots there that Valenzuela easily picked off. But I just again would like to see him just lead in with a jab to get him inside without wearing punches coming in. Cruz with a counter right hand there. Geez, he's throwing some big shots. Valenzuela just, continues to pick him off at long range. Hard round to score. Right hand, geez, if that had landed, would have done some damage. Just landed on Rayo's gloves. He's standing just a little more flat-footed now, Rayo, and this is not what he probably wants to do against Cruz. So we've got a minute to go, round number 4. I think it's been a good round for Cruz so far. Little left to the body from Rayo, but Cruz comes back. That's every punch Cruz throws is with bad intentions. There's no set-up shots. It's just have that. 30 seconds to go, round number 4. This is going to be a close fight. You can just see it. Good punches to the body from Cruz. But Rayo, he takes it well. He's looking really comfortable in there at the moment. And we know he's tough. He's going to need to be against Cruz because he's going to go for 12 rounds like this. But I'm liking what I'm seeing so far. I've given Cruz this round, but I'm still impressed with Rayo as well. So for me, that ties it up. There is the legendary Julio Cesar Chavez Sr., the only one that matters. What a champion he was. I used to love watching Chavez. He's one of my favourite fighters, along with Roberto Duran back now. There's Oscar De La Hoya, the legend. So there's my scorecards. I've got it 2 rounds apiece after round 4. All right, so 3-1. Okay, so you gave that round to Rayo. Yep, okay. Yeah, some close rounds there, mate. Larry. But no, I've got it 2 rounds each. But yeah, they're close enough, mate, that anything's possible. That's for sure. All right, round 5. A little bit tamer start to the round, although Isaac Cruz does throw a big, wild right hand that misses. And I'll say it again, I'm really impressed, always impressed with Cruz, but impressed with Valenzuela, his game plan. On the outside, nice work rate, good footwork. And according, was it Larry there? You've got him in front. Yep. Even though I've got it even, I'm not going to argue with that, mate. I think it's just a close fight so far. And Valenzuela fighting the exact fight he needs to fight to take this belt. And you can just see on, and it's interesting here, Cruz actually backs up to the ropes and Valenzuela's coming forward now. You do get the impression just looking at Isaac Cruz's face, he's thinking, geez, this guy's probably might be a little bit better than what I thought he was. Because the body language from Cruz now is not the bully. Now he's starting to think about the shots he's throwing, where at the start it was like, I'm going to bomb this guy out of there. Just second guessing himself at the moment because Valenzuela has boxed very, very well. So halfway through round number 5, as Cruz continues to march forward, does land a right hand there, but Valenzuela is up to the task and lands his own left hand and spins out of the blue corner there as Cruz comes forward. And I think for the first time for me, I might be imagining things, Cruz just looks like he just might be feeling the pace at the moment as well, because now he's starting to back up, which is not something you see often from Isaac Cruz. I think it's a good round from Rayo Valenzuela so far. I'm not quite sure how the commentators have it, but yeah, I think Rayo is winning this round and doing exactly what he has to do to beat Cruz. Long range, catch him as he's coming in, not get caught on the ropes or in the corners, and just some nice little turns here and there just to keep Cruz guessing and not being able to really set down on his punches. And doing very, very well at the moment. I'm really surprised because this is not the Valenzuela I thought would turn up. And Cruz does look a little bit frustrated at the moment with 10 seconds to go in round number 5. All right, so that is it for round number 5. I've given that round to Jose Valenzuela. Good round from him. Boxed very, very well, I thought. Didn't get caught on the ropes and didn't, I don't know who that is. It must be a rapper or something. Yeah, didn't get caught on the ropes or in the corners. Gave Cruz angles, footwork. Always had something in his face, and I thought very, very good round from Valenzuela. I think, what did I say? Robert Garcia said he would stop Isaac Cruz in under 8 rounds. So what are we? We've got round 6 coming up. And you can see there I've got Rayo Valenzuela in front, 48-47 or 3 rounds to 2. What's that, Volley? Good grief. My fighters are just disappointing me tonight. Don't write him off just yet, Volley. It's a close fight. Larry, you've got it 4-1. Yep. What did I got it? 3-2. But yeah, I think either way, I think Valenzuela is winning the fight as we go into round number 6. And this is one thing about the Riyadh cards. There's always upsets. Always. What's that, Larry? Excellent strategy. Going to Pitbull's body early, slowing him down. Robert Garcia is a genius. He certainly is, mate. And it's not something you would expect a long-range type of boxer going to the body of the Pitbull early in the fight. And it's just giving him something to think about. But a really good strategy so far. And credit to Valenzuela for actually implementing that game plan. It's one thing to come up with a plan, but the fighter's got to be able to pull it off. And Valenzuela has done an excellent job so far, which does not surprise me at all. Having been to Robert Garcia's gym in California, he's got a great stable of boxers, a great team, and he's such a great coach. You can imagine the sparring there, just nuts. So a minute down in round number 6. And Cruz, he's starting to get a little bit wild, but Valenzuela continues to box well so far in the first half of round number 6. Valenzuela just poking out that little lead jab and then leads him onto that left hand. I think if Cruz is going to get back into the fight, he really needs to stop this easy transition that Valenzuela has from when he gets in close just to pivot off to the right. He just does it every time. Cruz has to, I would think, even maybe try and get him moving back to Valenzuela's left. I know it's in the way to his power hand, but it just takes off the ability for him. And there's a nice little uppercut, does Valenzuela, and Cruz comes back with a right hand. But he just needs to change things up a little bit, Cruz, or else I can just see Valenzuela just boxing him all night to a decision win. But as I said, that might just be just something to try and make him move just the other way to offset his game plan. Some good shots being landed from Cruz here. He's definitely leaving it all out there, that's for sure. But Valenzuela again is boxing quite well with 30 seconds to go in round number 6. And now it is Valenzuela coming forward and Cruz backing up, which is, I don't think, the right strategy from Cruz. That's something you don't see very often. That's Cruz being backed into a corner, although he does punch out of it now with 10 seconds to go in round number 6. Good little counter left hand from Valenzuela. And another good round for Rayo. I've got him winning that round as well. Closer round, but for me, Valenzuela just takes the round. Not sure who that is. Kate Beckinsale. What a beauty she is. Yep, a beautiful woman is Kate Beckinsale. Looking good for her age. All right, so 58-56 for me. 4 rounds to 2. Malka Buffer in the background there is obviously going to be brought in for the main event. How's that? Probably gets paid $1 million to call to be the ring announcer for one fight. Crazy. You had that for Pitbull, okay? 4-2. Well, I've got it the same. So we've had a couple of rounds we differed in there, Larry, but that's going to be expected. All right, round number 7. I'm not sure how the judges have it. They haven't even put it up yet, so I don't know what the hell we're watching. But from the commentators, you would expect them to be putting the scorecards up. But for me, 4 rounds to 2 for Rayo Valenzuela. And it is the start of this round. Isaac Cruz backing up and going to his right, which again doesn't make much sense to me. Not sure he's trying to lure Valenzuela in. But this is giving Rayo more confidence, I think. To see that Cruz is backing up, I think he would be thinking, all right, how good's this? Now, I have actually... what does that mean? So another good start to the round. Oh, a nice uppercut from Valenzuela. I was just going to say it's a nice start to him. And Cruz is looking a little bit deflated at the moment. I'm just looking at the... okay, so Rayo means lightning. Just wanted to look it up and see what it means. All right, so we've got a minute to go, round number 7. Another good round for Rayo Valenzuela, I think. And Isaac Cruz he's just really having troubles closing that gap on the taller Valenzuela, who seems to be really riding high on confidence at the moment. And so far, he's winning the fight. It is close. Again, I'd like to see how the commentators have it. There's some good punches being thrown by Isaac Cruz, but just not landing. 20 seconds to go, round number 7. I think, again, it's another good round for Rayo Valenzuela. He's taken everything the Cruz has had to throw on the gloves or on the elbows and landed some real good shots in return. Yeah, Cruz is definitely throwing some good punches, but I'm going to give that round to Valenzuela. And that crowd really starting to build up, which is good. I'm not quite sure. I'm still trying to get my head around, guys. Tell me if I'm wrong here. The commentator's saying this is close to the best card ever assembled. I'm not seeing it. Hang on. Tell me what about this card is one of the best cards ever. Okay, we've got a lot of 10 and 12 rounders on the card, and that's great. But looking through the card, okay, yeah, Madrimov and Crawford, good fight, but it's not like it's fight of the year. Ruiz, Miller, Cruz, Valenzuela. I mean, they're good fights, but best card ever? Come on. Let's not get too excited. All right, round number 8. Yeah, the commentator saying, yeah, they are close rounds, even though they think Valenzuela's winning as well. But anything is possible. We just have to look at that last fight. It's just really hard to see how the scoring or how the judges are going to score the fight. I agree, Larry. 5-2 Rayo. What have I got it? 5-2. Yep. All right. What do we got here? Chris Mannix has Valenzuela in front 67-66. So 4 rounds to 3. Okay, well, I'm not going to argue with that, to be honest, because there's a lot of close rounds in there. He gave that last round to Cruz, though, which is surprising. I thought Valenzuela actually did quite well that round. But anyway, what do I know? He did have the last scorecard right, I think, didn't he? I think he had Ruiz winning. James, hello. Presenters are all for you. I can barely hear him there, James. Nice uppercut from Valenzuela. Lands against Cruz, who walks straight into that one. Oh, the heads collide there. Lucky there was no cut there because Cruz's head came up and hit him right in the cheek. Look, Cruz, he's trying hard. He's in there. He's letting those punches go. It's just that he's telegraphing them, and because of the height and reach difference. Hang on, the referees. I thought he was warning Cruz there. He's just telegraphing, and Valenzuela's being able to see them coming from quite a long way away. And I think the thing with Cruz is when he's fought guys like Romero and Tank Davis, who are a lot more his height, he was able to get inside and really let those hard punches go. But Valenzuela can see him coming from a mile away, and he's just picking him off. And that's why I said I'd like to see Cruz come in behind the jab, because he's just walking straight ahead and just winging him from the hips, and Valenzuela's just picking him off. 30 seconds to go. He does land a good jab there, does Cruz. And having said all that, I think he's actually winning the round, Cruz, because Valenzuela hasn't really done a lot in return. But I think Cruz is going to need to find something else if he's going to pull this fight out. He's not going to do that by backing up, which is what he's doing now. That's landing a right hand as Cruz. Look, that was a really close round. I'm not going to argue with anyone that says that maybe Valenzuela won it, but I'm going to give it in a really close fight. I'm going to give that fight, that round to, there he is, Roberto Duran. What a legend. Manos de Piedra. Hands of Stone. I used to love watching him back in the day. Look, so I've got it 5 rounds to 2. Was that round number 7? It was. I think, wasn't it? Yeah, 5 rounds to 2. Sorry, that's 8. What's that? 5 rounds to 3. Sorry, 8 rounds down. But again, I'm not going to argue with anyone that might have had it the other way. I was just thinking a close fight. You're going to, if there's 2 really close rounds, give 1 each. It's the easiest way to do it. So 5 rounds to 3 for me in favour of Valenzuela. All right, here we go. Round number 9. Sorry, round number 8. What have I done there? Is that right? Okay, I don't know what I've done there. I'll just even that up after the round. But whatever it is, I've given 3 rounds to Cruz anyway. Been a great fight so far. There's some good punches landed there by Cruz. 1, 2, 3. Jeez, he digs in hard. Reminds me so much of a little 140-pound version of Tyson. Just comes forward with hands really high, bobs the head, gets in close, and just lets every punch go with every little bit of might in his body. But like Mike, he's susceptible to someone with really good footwork, good range, and a good kit of punches. And someone that's not scared of him. And Valenzuela is not intimidated at all. He's fought a really good fight so far. So I don't know what I've done there with the rounds, by the way, guys. I thought this was round 9, but they're saying it's round 8. So maybe it should be... Definitely, if I've given Cruz 3 rounds, so if that's right, it would be 4-3, not 5-3. Yeah, Cruz is he's really tried hard this round, but I think Valenzuela has done a really good job of picking him off so far. Good lateral movement. Although he is starting to clinch a little bit more than what he was earlier in the fight, which is obviously to be expected. Cruz closes the distance there, but doesn't really... land. A little uppercut there from Valenzuela in close. That one was low, really low. And Valenzuela goes down on his knee, on his haunches. Totally unintentional. I'm sure they'll give him a couple of minutes to recover. Just looking at the slow motion there. Yeah, it hit him on the thigh more than anything. It was definitely low, but to go down, come on. Don't spoil your performance, Jose. Hit him on the thigh. It was definitely low. Definitely should have a warning, but I think going down like you're in pain. No, definitely wasn't low as far as being in the cup. Hit him on the leg. All right. So they touch gloves. Doesn't look to be too concerned as he goes back to boxing from long range. But I'm sure he would have welcomed just a 30 seconds break. All right, we haven't got the clock up, so I'm not quite sure how long there is to go, but I'm assuming it's about 30 seconds. Actually, it's 10 seconds. Oh, good hook from Cruz, but Valenzuela, I think, gets the better of the exchange. Good exchange on the bell there. So I've given that round to Valenzuela, but I just don't know what I've done as far as the rounds go. I've got it 5-3. So maybe that scorecard after 8 is right, 5-3. Maybe I stuffed up the last round. Anyway, so that's 5 rounds to 3 anyway, if it is 8 rounds. So he's still in with a chance, is Isaac Cruz, but he's going to have to finish strong because I think Valenzuela, I think his fitness will be great. Again, with Robert Garcia in the corner, I think he'll be more than prepared. It's just whether Cruz can close out the show. And that was a great left hook by Cruz there, though, in slow motion. That was early in the round. I just think Valenzuela finished the better. All right, so now we're almost into the championship rounds. We go into round number 10. Okay, so I was right. All right. All right, so 84, 87. All right, so we're in the round number 10, guys. And I have it 6-3 in favour of Valenzuela. How do we have it there, guys? A lot of close rounds. And it depends on how you judge it. Whether you like the coming forward power shots from Cruz or do you like the slick boxing and little combinations from Valenzuela. I've got a feeling it might be a lot closer than my card, by the way, but we shall see. So round number 10, 50 seconds gone. And a big day of boxing in LA. This is why we love the sport. And credit to all you guys and girls out there that have been up since 6:30 to watch this card. Well, all right, so Valenzuela's landed 100 of 252. Cruz has landed 91 of 314. So Valenzuela, 40% success rate. Cruz with 29% success rate. Oh, nice right hand from Cruz. Doubles it up. And working pretty good on the inside. Cruz just spreads those legs and he just digs from the knees. And he definitely looks on a mission, Valenzuela. I think you get the impression he sees this as his destiny and nothing's going to stop him from winning this belt tonight. And I think so far, in my opinion, he's done enough. Even though we're still got 2 rounds and 1 minute to go. And I didn't hear that right, though. I'm pretty sure they just said they had Valenzuela winning clearly. So, but who knows what's going to happen? Good round. 40 seconds to go, and this is a really even round. Both guys have had some good success. So, hopefully, one of them will give me the reason to give them the round. Having said that, now Valenzuela starts to pick up the pace a little bit here. But you get the impression that Cruz is not done yet. Has to be careful, though, not to lose the round. Look, I think the power punches so far from Cruz might be just enough to get him the round. Valenzuela he's sort of, nice little right uppercut left hook from Cruz. Yeah, look, he landed some good shots there, but again, I just think Valenzuela boxed the better. And I don't think my card will be anywhere near what the judges score it, but you've got to score it some way. And I've got it 97-93, 7 rounds to 3. Look, Cruz, he threw the harder punches, landed some okay punches, but through the majority of the round, the work rate, slick little one. They're not big punches Valenzuela's landing, but just a little uppercut here, a little hook there, a little 1-2 there, whereas Cruz is just setting himself and just throwing the big bomb. So, as far as being a boxing purist goes, I think you've got to give the round to Valenzuela. I don't know. Let me know how you have it, guys. I'll be very interested to see. At the BMO Stadium in Los Angeles. And it looks like a awesome event over there. 7-3 Valenzuela. Pitbull needs a KO. What have I got it? Same thing, Larry. 7 rounds to 3 for me as well, mate. Round number 11. It did throw me there, I will say, when we had 2 round 8s in a row, but they got the back on track in the 10th. And Cruz, I think, heard you in that in the corner in between rounds there, Larry, because he's come out hard in round number 11. Just the pace of the fight from these two guys, fair dinkum. You would think this is the first round. Amazing stamina and endurance from both these guys. All right, so Chris Mannix has it 7 rounds to 3, 97-93 for Cruz. So he has it exactly the same way that I have it at the moment, which is good to know. Yeah, I'm with you, Larry. A lot of rounds up for interpretation. I agree. So 7 rounds to 3, but could easily be 5 each at this stage, easily. And another tough round to score, 1 minute in. The scoring of this is going to be fascinating. You've got Cruz, who's just walking up, hands high, just every punch, just letting him go. Then you've got Valenzuela, who's boxing beautifully from long range. Beautiful kit of punches, good footwork. It's going to be tough. And as I said, I've got it 7-3, but I wouldn't be surprised if it was 5-5. Let's see who can close out the show. Halfway through round number 11. As Valenzuela starts to back Cruz up. He tends to do this, Cruz, a little bit. He comes forward for half the round, then maybe backs off for 30 seconds to regroup, and then tries to come home hard in the last minute. But a tough round to score so far. Yeah, I'm with you there, James. Yeah, you're right. He hasn't really had a lot of success landing those shots. It's whether or not the judges like the power punches. Good uppercut landed from Valenzuela, and I think he's winning this round again in round 11. And Cruz does look like he's tiring quite noticeably here as well. And Valenzuela is coming forward. I'm really impressed with Valenzuela. I mean, I love Isaac Cruz, but I'm really impressed with Valenzuela because I didn't think he had the hardness and what he's shown tonight in him. I really didn't. And I'm a fan. I really am. I think he's fought brilliantly tonight. Whether it's enough to get him the belt, well, let's see. 20 seconds to go, round number 11. A right hook lands from Valenzuela. And it's now Cruz actually tending to hold on a little bit there. This is not what all right hand lands from Cruz, but I don't think it's enough with 5 seconds to go in the round. I think Valenzuela has done enough to win the round. Tell you what, he's finished in a bit of a flurry there, Cruz. I just don't think it was enough. All right, so I hate to say it for Isaac Cruz fans, but I have it 8 rounds to 3. Now, granted, it's probably a lot closer than that, but again, 8-3. Maybe it could be it's 8-3. Maybe it could be 6-5. I don't know, 7-4. I don't know, but for me, I just think Jose Valenzuela, no matter how you look at it, has done enough so far to win this fight. And Robert Garcia is really getting stuck into Valenzuela in the corner, saying, let's go, come on, you got 1 round to go. Oh, it was a big right hand from Cruz landed there, but Valenzuela took it beautifully. 7-4, says Larry. Yep. All right, as they touch gloves for round number 12. I think either way, Larry, you've got to say that Rayo Valenzuela is winning this fight and Cruz needs a knockout. I'm just not sure whether he can do it. Although he's trying, he's coming forward. He wants to retain that belt. Could we have another shake-up at 140? Has Robert Garcia done it again? A master trainer. And could we see maybe Valenzuela and Liam Paro in the future? Who knows? But credit to both guys here. Cruz has not given up his belt without one hell of a fight. And Valenzuela has just fought, for me so far, I should touch wood here, the perfect fight. He's been sensational. Really impressed with Valenzuela in this fight. And I think the way it's going at the moment, he's going to be the new WBA 140-pound champion. And Cruz is not going to give up that belt without a fight. Although, having said that, now he starts to back up, which is not something he should be doing. I think he's definitely winning this round so far. He's just leaving it all out there. And Valenzuela, I think at the moment, has almost gone in a little bit of survival mode. He's content just to box and punch. I wouldn't be doing that in a fight like this. Being the challenger in a close fight, he needs to close out and win this round. or else we might have another draw. Who knows? He's starting to come forward now, though. And Cruz, if he's got any hope here, needs to at least close this round out big. Now, Chris Mannix has it 106, 103. So 7 rounds to 4. Now, he gave Cruz that last round. I gave it to Valenzuela, but it was an awfully close round. So very, very close. I think Cruz so far is winning this round. Having said that, though, Valenzuela is starting to now push the pace forward. So we've got 50 seconds to go in round number 12. It must have been a great fight. I wouldn't even mind seeing a rematch of this, to be honest. Are we going to see the new WBA 140-pound champion? Great fight from Valenzuela so far. And credit also to, obviously, to Isaac Cruz, who's not giving up his belt without one hell of a fight. 20 seconds to go, round number 12. I'm not quite sure. I think, has Cruz done enough in the first half of this round? Because Valenzuela's come back in the second half of the round. Good jabs from Valenzuela. Nice little left hand from Valenzuela. Lands at the bell or right on the bell. And, really, really close round. I'm gonna give that round to Cruz, only just because there's so many close rounds. I've given a couple of close ones to Valenzuela, but your guess is as good as mine. So there's my final scorecard there: 116, 112, 8 rounds to 4 for Valenzuela, which is exactly the way I had the last fight, mind you, and that ended up in a draw. So let's just see what happens here. Wow. So they've got a couple of big fights coming up. Canelo Belunga, Wembley Stadium, Joshua and Dubois. Cruz, I think both guys, I will say, look awfully fresh for a 12-round war. Neither one of them got any marks on their faces or bruises or cuts. But I think we have a new WBA 140-pound champion. 8-4. Yep, that's what I had it to there, Larry. A lot of close rounds. A lot of rounds could have went either way. So I think, end of the day, we've ended up on the final score being the same, 116, 112, or 8 rounds to 4 for Valenzuela. All right. So we await the judges' scorecards. And poor old Sean Gibbons in the back there is not looking very happy. It might be his second straight disappointment. What's this, Larry? One of the judges will either have it for pitbull or a draw, but ultimately Ray will win a majority or split decision. Yeah, I'm with you there, Larry. That seems to be the script these days, doesn't it? I'm with you. There's always one judge that doesn't really have much of an idea, and they sort of follow the crowd or who's supposed to win. They don't actually look at the fight and score it accordingly. So let's see, eh? So there's my scorecard there. You can see it on screen. 116, 112, 8 rounds to 4 for Jose Rayo Valenzuela. And Valenzuela has got the hands together, almost praying for the win. So the fans think 75% think Valenzuela won, 25% think that Cruz won. I'm not sure how you could think Cruz won the fight. I can understand maybe you might think it's close or it's a draw, or maybe Valenzuela won 7 rounds to 5 or whatever it might be. But I did say he had no marks. He does have a mark under his right eye. But I just think that I'm not sure how you could say that Cruz actually won the fight. Especially by the body language. Cruz looks a little bit dejected. All right, here we go. $116, $112 for Valenzuela. Split decision. $115, $113 for Cruz. Larry, you're 100% right there, mate. I think he'll still get it. 116, 112. Winner and new champion. There you go. So one judge had it 7-5 for Cruz. So there it is, guys. So 116, 112 times 2 for Jose Valenzuela and 115, 113 for Isaac Cruz. Wow. So what a fight. And congratulations to both guys, but particularly Jose Valenzuela. Fought a great, great fight. Unbelievable effort. I didn't think he could do it. I thought he'd get stopped, but he fought a sensational fight. He really did. And he's the new WBA 140-pound champion. Amazing. Yes, you did, Larry. You did call it. You 100% called it. Crazy. Wow. Good on him. So what happens now? There just seems to be continuous upsets on these cards, which is great. Never a dull moment. It's fantastic. So now we get down to the main event. I'll just type in the results here. Let's see what he has to say. Great fight, though. Great result. Pitbull Cruz, he'll be back. He'll be back 100%. Right, so they're interviewing Jose Valenzuela in the ring at the moment, and feel really good for the young guy. Good on him. All right, so the main event is up next. The new WBA World Super Lightweight Champion. All right. What's that, Volley? I expect you'll be there for the Zoo versus Mazzudia fight. No, I won't, Volley. I think I'm going away. I think that's August the 28th. I'm going away a few days later, obviously, actually to the Canelo Berlanga fight. I'm heading off, I think, 2 or 3 days after that fight. Up in Sydney. Will be a good card, though. I'm with you there, Robbie. Finally not a robbery, although they tried. I can't wait to miss Eminem. Can you tell me when it's over? Don't tell me it's on next, is it, James? Oh, that's great. Says it's for his mum and dad. All right, just forgive me there. All right, so then interview Isaac Cruz. Well done to the young guy. Ask him whether he thinks he did enough. Just listen to see what he has to say there. Disappointing, Isaac. Disappointing. Of course, everyone's going to be booing Valenzuela. He's the away fighter. Cruz is the popular home fighter. And, of course, they're all booing. And he's saying, listen to the crowd. They'll tell you the story. Isaac, in this situation, mate, you lost. Let's see what he has to say now. No worries there, Avoli. Oh, you're out, mate. You don't want to listen. You don't want to listen to Crawford and Madrimov. All good, mate. Thanks for tuning in, and better luck next time, mate. It hasn't been a great night for the Mexicans, has it? But I'm sure he'll be back, Volley. He's a great little fighter. I like him a lot. I didn't like what he said then about saying he was pretty much robbed. I thought he lost conclusively, but yeah, I'm sure he'll be back. He's a crowd favourite. Fans love him. The Sheik loves him, so I'm sure he'll be back. Sean Gibbons not very happy at all in the background there, shaking his head, but again, just making sure. Yep, yes, I'm on screen. Yeah, I wouldn't mind seeing a rematch with that one. I know they're talking about it now. Larry, how about Liam and Ray? It would be a pretty fun fight. I think it'd be a great fight. Very evenly matched. Similar styles too, Larry. Both slick southpaws. Both can box. Both can punch. Yeah, I think that'd be a really entertaining fight, that one. Of course, I'm going to back our man, but... All right, so I'll just... we'll get set up for... Terence Crawford and ISRAIL Madrimov. Now, we might use... If Eminem comes on, I might just use that as an opportunity to take a 5-minute break and go fill my water bottle up there. I'll just get the screen right for... There we go. So that takes up a fair bit of room, doesn't it? Hang on. Oh, I get down the road there. All right, there we go. Terence Crawford, ISRAIL, Madrimov are all set up, ready to go. What's that? I had Bacoli in Venezuela. Well done there, mate. Very good. So, look, just the overview of the fight. I thought nothing can be taken away from Isaac Cruz. He was the champion. He defended the belt with everything that he absolutely had. Came forward for the whole fight, gave it everything like he always does. But tonight, Jose Valenzuela fought the perfect fight. That nice, tight, slick southpaw style. Just had a brilliant game plan just to not let... It's not rocket science, but I think he really just pulled it off really, really well. He didn't allow Cruz to get inside. Nice little pivot off to the right-hand side pretty much every time. Nice slick punches from long range. And not just that, he also had the mettle, the will, and the minerals, I suppose you might want to call it, to actually hang with Cruz and not be intimidated, not be hurt by his punches inside. I just think he stood up really, really well to Cruz. And I just think he won conclusively. I had it, I've got rid of the scorecards there, but I had it 8 rounds to 4. Granted, it could have maybe been 7 rounds to 5, but I just don't see in any way that Isaac Cruz won that fight. I just can't see it. Cancel the economy tickets. Boom. Yep. All right. We've got the announcer. What's he talking about there? What's he announcing? Nevada Boxing Hall of Fame announcement. Not quite sure what they're doing here, but it's Nevada Boxing Hall of Fame. What, something to do with Turkey Al Sheikh? Okay. I think they're going to give Turkey Al Sheikh an award or something. Let's hope they're not going to induct him into the Hall of Fame. Surely not. Me, Larry, not an Eminem fan. Didn't mind the movie. What was it? The 8 Mile. I'm not quite sure what they're giving Turkey Al Sheikh. Surely they're not inducting him into the Nevada Hall of Fame, considering he's never done a show in Nevada. Let's face it, he's only been really in boxing for, 3 or 4 years. I'm not quite sure why he's suddenly... Or I love what he's doing, of course, but I'm not quite sure how he would be getting this sort of recognition after just a few short years of promoting. Roberto Duran getting into the ring. So Duran, Oscar De La Hoya. Of course, Eddie Hearn's got to get in the ring. He can't. No one can get any attention without Eddie getting in there. Eddie's the king, by the way, of, and I love Eddie Hearn as a promoter, but this whole thing about, oh, look at that, De La Hoya and Duran doing a little bit of mock shadow boxing. What a fight that would have been. Wow. An honorary inductee. Come on, let's not get too carried away. Let him earn it. Yeah, oh, look, I love what Turki Al Sheikh's doing for boxing, but I think an honorary member of the Hall of Fame? And yeah, you're right there, Larry. They are booing him. Sorry, I lost my track of thought there, what I was talking about. But anyway. Did the jab get the job done, mate? Certainly did, mate. Oh, sorry, Larry. Now you've just brought back. Yeah, promoters should stand in the background. Let's say have that Don King person. I don't need to hear about them. Yes, sorry, Larry. That's what I was about to say. Eddie is the king of when the fight, and not just Eddie. I don't like it at all when the two Bud fights up next, mate. When the two fighters get face to face, and the promoter's got to stand right smack in the middle with some stupid look on his face, and not just Eddie, but a lot of them. Now, the promoters, they have ample opportunity to get interviewed, to get their photo shots, to all the rest of it. They'll be front and center. Yes, we know that the promoters. Yes, we know that they're responsible for it, and we know they're a big shot. But do we really need them right in the middle? Surely that last, especially that last, like probably actually not just the last weigh-in, but even the press conference, the last press conference standoff or face-off, and especially the weigh-in face-off, can we just let the fighters face off against each other and just let them just have their moment? You know, you got plenty of time to get your head in the photos, and as I said, there's plenty of interview opportunities and other stuff going on that you can get your head in the photo with the fighters. And yes, again, I know it's all about you. You're the reason why it's all happening. But can we just have, especially the weigh-in face-off, just get out the road. Just get out of there. And I love Eddie Hearn. He's my favourite promoter, well, along with Oscar. And I love what he's doing for boxing. But Eddie, just get out of the way, mate. Get out of the way. What about that's that, Jack? The fellatio of Turkey is mind-numbing nonsense. Like he's doing well in promoting, but come on, I'm with you, Jack. Let's not get too excited. He's still in the ring. I don't know what the hell he's doing in there at the moment. Oh, is that a raffle or something they're doing? Can we just get on with the main event, boys? Is it a raffle or a lucky draw or something they're doing on there at the moment? This is probably not the... let me know what you think about what I just said about the promoters, by the way. I'll be interested. But this is probably not what fans that have been there since 1 o'clock in the afternoon. And what is it over there at the moment? It's about 9 o'clock at night. I would think they would want all this stuff going on now, and especially you guys who have been up since 6:30. Do you really want all this stuff going on and an hour of bullshit after the co-main? What's that, Larry? Seems like the promoters are more focused on being the stars than making their boxers take the front seat. I'm with you there, mate. And as I said, there's plenty of opportunities for these guys to get their moment. And I understand, again, I'll say it. Yes, they're the reason the fight is happening because they're the ones, you know, doing the promoting, the putting up the money and getting the matchups. I get that. But just that last bit, can we just let the fighters... It's the last time we see the fighters before they get in the ring. It's almost like that the last bit. The last time we see the fighters should just be the fighters themselves. Let them face off, just them in the picture. No one else anywhere in the picture, just the two fighters. And everyone can focus on them. And then we've got the main event the next night or the next day. As I said, we can have the press conference. We can have whatever it might be. If the promoter wants to get his head in there, that's great. But I just think I'm just sick and tired of having the two fighters there and then having the promoter in the middle of them with this stupid look on their face saying it's all about me. Anyway, that's just me. What's the results been, mate? Okay. The results so far. So if you've just joined us, full results are, let's have a quick look. We'll go through them. All right. So Ziad Almayoff and Michael Bulik had a 6-round draw. Stephen Nelson had a 5th-round knockout of Marcos Vasquez Rodriguez. Andy Cruz with a 7th-round knockout of Antonio Moran. Martin Bacoli with an upset 5th-round knockout of Jared Big Baby Anderson. David Morrell with a 12-round decision over Radivoj Kalijdik. Andy Ruiz and Big Baby Jarrell Miller had a 12-round draw. And we've just seen Jose Valenzuela lift the WBA 140-pound title from Isaac Cruz with a split 12-round decision. So next up is ISRAIL Madrimov defending his WBA 154-pound title against Terence Crawford, and the WBO interim 154-pound title is also up for grabs. What's that, Larry? I heard Hearn said he wanted to be Prime Minister of the UK. That's a result of having a bunch of yes men around him. Again, I like Eddie, but this is getting ridiculous. I'm with you there, mate. And as I said, I love what he's doing in world boxing. I love even his personality. He's got a bit of humour and brings a bit of, personality to the sport. I love it. And Oscar as well. I love Oscar as well. I don't really like some of the things maybe he has to say. He can be a little bit cringe sometimes, Oscar. But again, I love Oscar. I think they're my two favourite promoters. But can we just make it about the fighters? Just that one time. What's this? Jack is like how Dana White in UFC has to look tough getting between fighters at face-offs. Yeah, exactly. Agree, re-promoters sticking their head in the middle of the face-off. It's a bit overdone. Can't remember when it first started. It's just crept in and considered normal. Yeah, it is. And I mean, even, I don't know, just to me, I know maybe the average person just doesn't take any notice. And Turki Al-Sheikh is still in the ring, by the way. And everyone's, bowing down. Look, again, I know he's doing great things for boxing. Don't get me wrong. But this whole, his excellency and all this sort of stuff, boxing survived for maybe a couple of 100 years or 150 years, whatever it's been. 100 years, whatever it is, you get what I'm saying. A long, long time. I'm sure it has survived before. It will survive without him. Again, I fully appreciate what he's doing, but let's see him, be in the sport for 10 to 20 years and do this consistently before we put him up there with the Bob Arums and Don Kings of the world. But Anthony, I'm with you there, mate. It's just, for me, they just look ridiculous. And again, I know no one really takes any notice. But, what's that there? Give him a break, mate. They're new to this. Who's this? Is this the Turki Al-Sheikh? It's not him doing it, mate. I'm giving him the break. I'm saying to everyone, can we just maybe just calm down a little bit on all the backslapping and bowing down and everything like that? That's all. I think they're doing great. I think they're doing great things. But do we have to have, 30 minutes or something of having him in the ring and everything, giving honorary awards? I think that's a little bit overkill, mate. Especially when you've had some of the promoters out there that have done, good things, equally good things for a long, long time. That's all. Pitbull lost Adam. Yep, he lost, I can't pronounce your name there, mate, but he lost, yep. Yep, clearly too, I thought. One judge had it for him. But again, I just had it clearly for Valenzuela. All right, so now, he is, mate. Bacoli is a beast. Yeah, he totally demolished the Big Baby Anderson. Oh, here we go. How are you, Peter? Hope you slept pretty well last night, mate. Enjoy it while you can. I've got no comeback. No matter what you say, I'm going to agree with. The Blues blew it again. Anyway, serenity now, mate. Serenity now. All right, so they're interviewing Andre Ward and Sean Porter. Let's see. There's talk that actually Andre Ward might actually come back. I doubt it. He's been retired for quite a few years now. So, Jack, we shouldn't forget that Saudi Arabia treats women like shit, has repressive laws, repressive or regressive, whatever it is. I get what you're saying. Can't blame the fighters taking the money, but let's not pretend they are great people. Yeah, it's one thing that sort of gets lost in the whole thing, doesn't it, Jack? Doing great things for boxing, but let's not, give them humanitarian awards because they do some horrific things over there. So, Peter says, "Have you recovered?" No, I haven't, Peter. I'm doing today's live watch along through gritted teeth, mate, because last night I was fuming. Because you know what, Peter? I know for the non-AFL fans here, just block out for 30 seconds here, but you know what pisses me off the most, Peter, is that exactly what I thought would happen did happen. I knew Collingwood would bring it. I knew they would come hard. They'd obviously, Pendle's 400th, and that's great. They would come out and they would be rejuvenated. They'd be the Collingwood of 2023. And I was just hoping more than anything that Carlton have developed and come along far enough that would be good enough team to be able to go with Collingwood. But like Carlton do, we made you guys get straight back into form, look like this year's premiers again. And then, of course, come from 5 goals down and get within, a couple of points and get an opportunity to actually win the game from 40 metres out on a 45-degree angle, and you can't even score. Puts it out on the full. And I said it earlier, Peter, I'm not quite sure whether you watched earlier, but I know 100% that if that had been on the opposite foot, that Collingwood would have kicked that goal. I just know they would have. But anyway, no, I haven't recovered, Peter. I'm pissed. And I'm going to be pissed for probably the whole week. And probably until next week when Hawthorn wipe the floor with us, then I'll be even more pissed. That's footy, though. That's the way it goes. And I'm sure there's a lot of people out there that are taking great pleasure in seeing the demise of the Blues this year. But anyway, I can't see us winning another game if I'm being completely honest. But anyway, what's that? Go the Dragons. Now, that is St. George. Is that right? I'm just going to say, Glenn, go the Mighty Storm. I don't know exactly how I know they're on top, I think. But I'm not I just pretend to be an NRL fan when the Storm are going well. I don't really follow it at all, but go the mighty Melbourne Storm. I was hoping we might get the three-peat this year. I'm a Boston Celtics fan. We've got that. I was hoping we might get the Blues. That looks shot to pieces now, so now I'm riding on the Storm. So let's hope they get the job done. What's that, Crybaby? Had a bit of a sook after the slapping. I'm going home to my girl and baby with my check. Yeah, I couldn't really hear what they were saying there, mate. But, fighters these days, is it just me? They just seem a little bit precious these days. What's that, Peter? Carlton to find form quickly. I don't like our chances, mate. We've got Hawthorn next week and the way they're going. I just had a quick look at the scores earlier. 19-33. Hawthorn are winning up in Canberra against the Giants at the moment. And they will absolutely wipe the floor with us next week. Then we have West Coast in Perth. I'm not confident about that. And then we finish with St Kilda in Melbourne. I'm not confident about that. It's at Marvel Stadium where we don't play well. So we could quite easily be out of the 8 next week and then not back in. And I'm sure you and everyone else out there, the non-Carlton supporters, would be absolutely pissing yourselves laughing about that. But you never know. I'm just whatever now. I don't care. If you're good enough, you're good enough. If you're not, then just get on with it. Put us out of our misery. But anyway, go every week. It was a great game, and that's life. Yeah. Well, Peter, I didn't go last night. I couldn't get tickets because obviously it was a Collingwood home game. But you could, just the atmosphere, especially not so good for us. But when Mitch McGovern missed and it went out on the full at the end, the crowd went up. It looked just crazy. But no, look, all things aside, I suppose in some weird way. I'm happy for Pendlebury. He deserves it. I'm a little bit pissed that you guys can get up for your captain, but we can't get up for ours. We're just so predictable, mate. We are so predictable. I can almost look at the schedule and go, we'll win that, we'll win that, we'll win that, we'll lose that, because I just know Carlton so well. But good on the, no, I'm not going to say good on the Magpies, but you got to take your L's, and they were the better side all night, mate, and deserve to win. And again, we just continue to disappoint, mate. So anyway, I'm following the rugby league from now on. Yep. Oh, is that right? You beat the Storm last night. Wow, okay. I didn't know that. I haven't seen the results today. Well, that's just put a real exclamation mark on my weekend, mate. The Blues losing and the Melbourne Storm losing as well. I think they're still on top, though, aren't they, mate? So, all right. CBS still talking shit and carrying on like he's the main man. Americans are offering him peanuts and he's being backed into a corner. Is this Billum Smith, I'm assuming? You got to fight Jai at some stage there, Billum Smith. And when you do, it is lights out. As far as I'm concerned. What's that, Larry? Oh, okay. Mike Coppinger reports a Bud's glove reportedly split during the warm-up. Wow, okay. Well, I suppose what'll happen there, of course, I have the second set of gloves there, so that's not an issue. But, geez, that's is it coincidence or... Good to see you back, Volley. You're back. Just waiting now. Waiting. Yeah, let's hope it's not. Yeah, it's not too bad there, Larry. Let's hope it's just a coincidence, mate. Let's hope it's not something untoward. What gloves he wears Everlast, doesn't he? I think. Is the main event on yet? I'm stuck at work all night. Might as well hear what's going on. No, not Volley. We are still waiting for them to enter the ring. So, what's that? Terence Crawford objected to the Grant's gloves worn by ISRAIL Madrimov. Oh, jeez. Don't they actually go over all this at the rules meeting? Now, I've been to these meetings. Even to last year when I was in Oklahoma for George Kambosos and Maxie Hughes, the guys from Team Kambosos were great to let me actually in with their team to actually be present and see the not the rules meeting, but where they do the gloves. And I saw how strict they are with it. They had like 3, 4, even 5 sets of gloves, and they've got to go through and they've got to pick their gloves, and they give it to the opposition and they've got to approve it, and then it's packaged up and given back. It's very, very or methodical. I've done it to a lesser extent with a few of the promotions I did with the delegates that are there, but not one of that scale. And to see how strict they are on the whole thing, and sometimes they go a little bit overboard with everything, but that's surprising that at this point. Surely it should be an easy solution to fix. So. All right. When the California Commission approved the gloves, Crawford elected to wear the same ones. Okay. They split at the seam a few minutes after Bud began working the pads, delaying his warm-up. Okay. All right. Well, that's maybe if... so what do you say there? When the California Commission approved the gloves, Crawford elected to wear the same ones. Okay. Because he does normally wear Everlast, doesn't he? They've got Madrimov on screen at the moment warming up with no gloves. So I don't know... Must be an earlier clip, I would say, but yeah, there's always some sort of drama. Now, this is stuff that happens in Australian boxing nearly every single show, but not something you see too often. I remember being in Vegas when Mayweather fought Medina. Must have been the first fight, I think. Well, there he is. He's got the gloves on now there, Larry. Looks like they're green Grant gloves. Yeah, and there was all sorts of controversy to the point where Mayweather was threatening not to fight and all the rest of it, because I think Madonna had the horsehair gloves, and Madonna was good. He said, "Whatever, just give me some gloves to wear." I couldn't give a shit, but it just seems to be the norm. But on screen at the moment, Larry, I'm not sure whether it's an earlier clip or whatever, but Crawford is sitting there at the moment with green Grant's gloves on. and Eddie Hearn on screen at the moment, talking up the chances of Madrimov. Look, should be a really good fight. I'm just expecting that Terence Crawford is a great fighter, and great fighters lift. Now, he's never lost, by the way. Most great fighters lose at some point. Most of them. I know we've had a couple of exceptions. But for me, Terence Crawford, I would see him looking at this fight thinking this is a challenge to his legacy, and how dare people even question this guy's even going to get near me. My opinion is that Crawford wins by masterclass and wins by a pretty clear-cut 12-round decision. But that's just me. A lot of people give him Madrimov a chance. I just think they're the same people that have short memories after seeing what Crawford did to Spence last year. And I think Madrimov will be tough. He'll come. He'll have his moments against Crawford, but I just think Crawford will find a gear. Every time Madrimov gets near him, I just think he'll find another gear and just pull away. But anyway, let's hope we have a great fight. What about those peanuts trying to defend those XY fighters at the games? Absolutely shameful. Check out today's Walking Boxing, Peter. I do address it. There's a really good video on it. Basically said quickly, just to break it all down, that a baby can be born and look female. They can physically look female. They don't test chromosomes when you're born, but could actually look with your body parts like a female. That's because it hasn't formed properly and the male organs are up inside. And so the doctors looks at it and go, well, it's a female. They put the F on the birth certificate. They get raised as females. Then, of course, as they develop through puberty and into adulthood, then you can obviously see that maybe they're not really as it seems. And this particular fighter, for me, might have been raised as a female. Might have had female on the birth certificate. But I think it's quite clear that the XY chromosomes are quite, and the hormones, all that are quite substantial in her. Not her fault. She's just trying to live her best life. But make no mistake, no, she's not a transgender. So that's probably been debunked, which is good. But I still think, unfortunately, I still feel for her. But science is science, and she, for me, is a biological male, and was deemed ineligible to fight at the World Championship last year because of that. So anyway, look at my video. I did touch on it again today. Hopefully that's the last time we discuss it. Unless she wins the gold medal, then it'll all go up again, won't it? All right, I can see all combat sports being removed from the games. Wouldn't surprise me, Peter. And after this, do they really give boxing another opportunity at the Olympics in 2028? This could be the reason why they just say, that's it, enough. You know, when we let the IEBA or IBA run it, they couldn't run it properly. Actually, I'll just get my screen properly there. And now they can't even run it properly themselves. So I wouldn't be surprised if it's an excuse to get boxing out. We're our own worst enemy, fair income. Yeah, Julian Madonna, what a fighter, mate. He was a beast, and he gave Mayweather all he could handle. Make no mistake about that. Peter says Crawford by late stoppage. Yep. Who we got there? Is this Eminem? Okay. Well, let's continue to talk. Go get yourself a cup of tea if you need one. Go to the bathroom. Anyway, I know I must be getting old because it's like, hey, Eminem, if you want to see Eminem, go to an Eminem show, concert. I want to watch the boxing. All right, Double G, Eddie being interviewed, telling us the extensive advice he gave to Madrimov. Oh, please. Oh, geez, Eddie. What do they say? You got to stay in your lane. Eddie, stay in your lane. You're a promoter, mate. You're a promoter. Frank, your guess is as good as mine, mate. It's been about 40 minutes, I reckon, or 45 minutes since Isaac Cruz and Valenzuela ended. And now we've had all the interviews. We've had the ceremonies in the ring, and now we've got Eminem playing, mate. So for you guys that have been up for, is that nearly 8 hours? Nearly 8 hours for you. I take my hat off again to you guys, fair income. But your guess is as good as mine, Frank. Any old time. Look, I'm probably thinking it's only about 15 minutes away, Frank. That's probably the best I can tell you, mate. Probably about 15 minutes. I'm not sure how many songs Eminem is going to sing here, but can we get on with it? The boxers are ready to go. Let's just get on with it. All right, Peter. Boxing is the best thing to watch at the games, and these fools are destroying it. Two, yep, the woke, to please the woke. Yeah, yep. I'm with you there, Peter. all you got to do is look at the opening ceremony, mate. Now, that was just, to me, disgraceful. The whole thing. Boring. Had nothing to do with the Olympics or Paris or France. The history of the Olympics had nothing. It was just a pure, as you say, woke fest. And they just didn't need to do it. So for me, again, I'll say when I went to Atlanta and Evander Holyfield ran out for starters. He, I can't remember what he did, but I remember him being there, and that was great. He's an Atlanta native, of course. And then Muhammad Ali comes out, and the crowd just goes nuts. That is an opening ceremony. And to be honest with you, I can't really remember too much about the ceremony itself. I didn't actually get to see a lot of it because we were in the stadium next door as it was going on, and then we did our lap, and then we sat in the middle for the last bit. But shouldn't it just be a celebration of, one, the Olympics, and two, the country that we're in that is doing the Olympics? And it would have been I think we did seen it in London, we've seen it in Sydney, honouring the country that it's in, but also the Olympics. I didn't see anything that honoured France, let alone the Olympics, in that opening ceremony. So for me, that is a big cross for the opening ceremony. So God knows what we're going to get for the closing ceremony. All right, come on, friend, give Madrimov a chance. Sorry, Volley. Look, he's always in for a chance, with a chance. Of course he is. Of course he is. It's a two-horse race. It's a combat sport. Of course he's in with a chance. I just think Crawford is a great fighter, not a good fighter or even a very good fighter. He's a great fighter, and I just expect him to prove it tonight. So let's just hope we get a great fight, though. James, you're feeling upset is coming up. Okay, well, let's see. It's hard to tell. Yeah, about 20 minutes. Who knows, Robert? Let's see. Still anthems and more interviews along with vain celebrities there. Keep the celebrities out of it. What's up, Frank? Thanks, mate. First time here. Thanks, mate. I appreciate that. Not much going on at the moment, unfortunately, though. But if you like this, I do them for all the events. Also do walking boxing of a morning as I'm walking my dog. Every morning, a 15-minute video, as well as a weekly show talking boxing on a Monday night. I'm not sure what country you're in, but yeah, try and have plenty of content, mate. I didn't watch today's walking boxing, but I think Dr. Sky Nicholson looked like a muppet with a comment. Scientific data trumps her emotional thoughts. Yeah, she'd have a bit to say, Double G. Look, everyone's entitled to their opinion. And I did say again in the video this morning that I just don't like now we're getting all the ones pretty much saying, hey, shut up, you don't know the facts. See, you don't know what you're talking about. You read too much on the internet and listen to other people. I get that, and there are some people out there that do that. But I think initially everyone thought this boxer was trans. So you can obviously appreciate the backlash, and that is probably a little bit of an example of maybe not jumping to conclusions, and I get that. I was never about the trans thing. I didn't actually do my video until after it came out that she wasn't trans. Mine was more so you've still got a male or a biological male fighting a female. And a lot of people saying, well, she was born female. She was born female. No, she wasn't. She was designated as a female because, as I said before, when she was born, the doctor would have seen her, what looked like female genitalia, and just said, yep, that is a girl, and put the F on the birth certificate, and didn't actually realize that inside. I just watched a really informative, I've watched a few videos, but one guy really hit it on the head who was a specialist, and said, look, what's happened in this situation, his opinion, is that the doctors looked at her as a baby, looked like female genitalia, and said, okay, put the F on the birth certificate, move on, next please, and didn't realise, and they're not to know, they reckon it's very hard to tell sometimes that the male organs are actually building inside, and they wouldn't have known it. They would have classed her as a female, raised as a female, identified as a female, all that sort of stuff. But I think it would have been pretty obvious over the years when she developed like she has, that is a male just with female, some like genitalia, and mixed sort of with male, if that makes sense. But either way, XY chromosomes should just say it all. So I feel for the girl, I really do. It's not her fault. It's not like it's a man who's decided to fight as a woman. So we've got to be clear about that. But so I don't blame her at all. She's just living her life and competing where she's allowed to compete. But the powers that be decided that the levels of testosterone and XY chromosomes, all this sort of stuff were were not right, so she shouldn't be able to compete. And Dr. Sky Nicholson, like you say there, mate, weighed in. But one thing, and I said again in the video, is that she said, well, she has got female attributes. Well, no, she hasn't. You look at her, she's hard, and a male body's hard. Muscle, no breasts, Adam's apple, veins in the arms. I mean, it's a, I don't know how you can see female attributes in there at all. Just my opinion. Sky's entitled to have her opinion like everyone else out there, but I just won't cop. Oh, you guys, you just don't know what you're talking about. See, I told you she was born a female. Just have your say, but just do your research. So, anyway. Peter, Ali is the biggest name in sporting history worldwide. I agree, mate. Not just boxing, in sport. And not just when you think about it, not even in sport. In general, one of the biggest names ever. And I'm assuming in the Muslim countries it's a quite common name, Muhammad Ali. I would think it's a very, very common name. But it's still the biggest name, not just sport, not just boxing, but ever in the history of our world. If you say Muhammad Ali, you know exactly who we're talking about, and probably 99% of people, 99.9% would know exactly who you're talking about. So the only fighter who troubles Crawford is Zoo. I agree, mate. I agree. Canelo would obviously be the other one, but I'm not sure that fight happens. Neil, the guest star in Walking Boxing. Yeah, the poor little bugger. He's doing it hard at the moment. He's got a bit of an eye infection, an ulcer on his eye, actually, because he got a poke in the eye when we were out walking a few weeks back. So he's on medication at the moment, and I've got to 3 times a day put cream on his eye or in his eye and give him antibiotics and another bit of medication as well twice a day. So it's a bit of an exercise at the moment, mate, but it's getting better. It's getting better. Peter, the biggest offenders of women are men, and the biggest offenders of this rubbish are women that have never played sport. Yeah, isn't it interesting? Especially in this age of, with all the, equal women's rights and domestic violence and all that sort of stuff. I don't get it, mate. I would have thought the biggest, the biggest advocates of not allowing this would be women. At the end of the day, it's taking away their rights and equality of being able to compete on an even playing field. So, don't get it. Double G, agree 100% with your thoughts. What has been allowed to transpire in women's boxing puts the sport on a slippery slope and has set a dangerous precedent for the future. Well, it's going to get worse, Double G, because at some point, I think they're actually going to allow transgender males to fight. I just see it happening, mate, all in the name of equality and all the rest of it. It's going to happen, mate. And that's the case. Count me out of any of boxing that features anyone featuring someone like that. So, and they're the ones that should be run out of the sport. I've said it 100 times, live your life however you want to live. I've got no issue with anyone the way they want to live their life. If you want to identify as a male or a female or a bit of both, I could not care less. Could not care less. But when it enters into this part of things with actually competing against biological women, I'm 100% against it, mate. And as I say, we'll die on that hill, mate. Dr. Sky says that women have beaten this boxer before. So how does that make it right? Well, you're right, Double D. It just probably goes to show how poor this boxer pretty much is. I would just shudder to think how they would go against a male. So, guys, what I'm going to quickly do while Eminem's playing here, I'm going to have a quick 5-minute break, because I'm just going to go and get my water bottle filled up, stretch the legs, but talk amongst yourselves for about 5 minutes. Was it 2:27? Give me till 3:35. I will be back and ready for the main event. All right, we are back. Just good timing, actually. ISRAIL Madrimov on his way to the ring. All right, what do we got? A couple more comments there. Julian, the opening ceremony said it all of what the future agenda is. Yeah, I shudder to think where we're going to be in about another 8 to 12 years, mate. Flash, how are you there, mate? Great to see you here again hosting this awesome show. Thanks, Flash. I appreciate it, mate. I'm curious whether you have a daily ritual to keep yourself fit and ready for life's demands. I do actually, Flash. I train here's a few things. I train 5 days a week still, Monday to Friday. I have the weekends off. As we just wait for Madrimov to come in, I drink about 3 litres of water a day. I get my 8 hours of sleep. I have a drink occasionally, but I'm not a drinker. Don't drink. Don't smoke. There you go. Is that enough? Pretty boring, isn't it, really? But all right, James, let the trans compete in their own category in the Special Olympics. I agree there, James. It would be fair to say somebody with gender dysphoria is disabled. Yep. What would happen to the trans paraplegic, though? Yeah, well, it's a can of worms, isn't it? Look, I agree that they've got to, be able to compete, but not against biological women. That's probably my main thing. All right, so Madrimov about to make his ring entrance. Geez, it looks like a great event over there too. He does look very confident, does Madrimov? Well, these events always seem to have an upset, don't they? So I'm sure Tim Zoo will be sitting back watching this today with great interest, like a lot of fighters. And next week, of course, Virgil Ortiz and Boachuk will be in action as well. So it's all happening in the 154-pound division at the moment, isn't it? And Uzbekistan, they've got some good fighters, really good fighters. But I suppose they all sort of got, disguised a little bit back in the day when they used to have Russia or the USSR. But these days, Uzbekistan have got some great fighters. Kazakhstan, of course, Russia. Yeah. You just got to wonder how much success a lot of the countries would have had back in the day if the Russians were allowed to turn pro back then, and the Cubans especially. Just a little bit, Julian. It's not like I'm a health nut or anything like that. I love my junk food. As I've gotten older, though, I don't really eat a lot of. I'm not a fan of like takeaway food anymore, like McDonald's and all the KFC. I don't really eat a lot of that. And again, I'm not sort of jumping on my high horse, pointing the finger or anything at anyone, but it's just as I've gotten older, I just can't stomach it anymore. But just the things. It's not something I've gone out of my way to do. It's just I like drinking water, 3 litres of water every day. I love training still. I just go to my own pace. I don't go too hard. I just go whatever I'm comfortable at. And as a result, I've managed to keep my, I don't weigh myself anymore. And if you're out there too and you're training and looking at your weight and stuff, that would be my one bit of advice. Throw the scales in the bin. Don't weigh yourself. As Madrimov enters the ring, people get too hung up on weight, and your weight can vary so much. I think you feel yourself, even by the way you feel, by the way you look, you can sort of tell where you're at as far as your weight goes. But if you jump on the scales, they can really mess with you mentally, and a lot of people can lose faith, lose hope, get depressed, whatever it might be. Chuck the scales in the bin. Don't use scales. You will know just by the way your body feels, how around what weight you are. As long as you feel good, look good, then who cares what you actually weigh? Because it's so dependent on so many different things. Like say with me, I drink 3 litres of water a day as Crawford comes in. That's 3 kilos of water that I'm drinking every day. So who knows, if I jumped on, I'm probably a couple of kilos less than what it actually says because I've got so much fluid. So anyway, my little soapbox for the day anyway. All right. I'm surprised the Zoo brothers aren't at this fight. They're close by in Las Vegas. We never know. They could be there, Volley. Who knows? It was a 4-hour drive to Vegas, only an hour's flight, of course, but you never know. Maybe they are there. Double G, I've been loving Madrimov's demeanour at the face-to-face moments with Crawford. He's confident. Yeah, I will give him that, Double G. He hasn't been intimidated one bit, has he? He's confident within himself. The Russians normally are. They don't get intimidated. They're just built from a different cloth, the Russians. Just one sec there as I get my water. All right. Left it outside the room. All right, so Michael Buffer makes his nightly appearance for his $1 million or whatever it is he gets. All right, flash. Tim and Nikita are there at the stadium watching the fight. Okay. I can only imagine how inspired they will feel from this fight. Yep. Yeah. Probably makes sense there, doesn't it? Well, you remember Tim was actually supposed to be on this card against Virgil Ortiz. So, all right. So, Terence Bud Crawford about to make his ring walk with the prime necklace on. Not sure those green gloves go with his outfit, but anyway, it is what it is. Yeah, he's a Crawford fan, but doesn't mean he doesn't want to fight him and beat him there, Volley. What's that? Waluka Isma, how are you there, mate? I'm strongly confident with Crawford's win by KO. Okay, I'm not quite sure he'll get Madrimov out of there, I don't think. But, I mean, Crawford's Crawford. I just admire him so much. But I do think he'll have a statement win tonight. If I'm Tim, I'm jumping in the ring and calling Crawford out. Well, you never know. It could happen. Surprised I actually haven't got him on the telecast, or at least had the cameras on him. Oh, okay. Yes, so there is Tim. It's been discussed at the fight. Okay, yeah, I can't hear anything really in the telecast there. Geez, they've got the fireworks going off. What do you think that Eddie and Oscar would be sort of thinking, sitting there going, geez, we've got to lift our game a bit here? All right, so we are minutes away, guys. Terence Crawford coming, well, I think he's coming in the ring. He's standing there at the moment, but... Well, that's interesting. I didn't actually know that. They're saying that Crawford's had 11 straight stoppage wins. I didn't know that. Geez, they definitely put on the show, don't they? What's that, Anthony? Crawford has nasty streak. He wins inside the distance one way or the other. He does have a nasty streak, doesn't he? He's just a great fighter. That's just it, and he's proven that over the journey. And I would think he would also feel a little bit peeved that Usyk and Inoue have got all the attention in the last the last year. I think they've both fought a couple of times in that time. And so he would be just, I think, itching to get into the ring tonight to show everyone and remind everyone that he's still the man. And if he has a really impressive performance tonight, does he go past those guys? I can't remember a time where we've had three fighters that are so clearly the number 1, 2, and 3, and we could have them in any order as the pound for pound list goes. Normally there's sort of one clear fighter, maybe two, but not three that I can remember anyway. Not sure Michael Buffer trying to talk, but we can't hear him there. There he goes. Oh, now we have the anthems. That's unusual. Normally we have the anthems before they get in the ring. So do we have the Saudi Arabia anthem? And then we have the Russian or the Uzbekistan anthem and then the American anthem? This is why it's good to have them before the fighters get in the ring. That's a long time to be sitting or standing in the ring. For as good as Crawford is, he has beaten fighters that a fit Zoo would beat. Spence is finished. Yeah, he's got a pretty good resume though, Peter. And I know we could say Tim would beat them, but at the end of the day, he hasn't beat them yet. Okay, so Uzbekistan is first. Geez, he looks a lot like Triple G too, doesn't he? Geez, I'm just trying to think, how long has it been since Cruz and Valenzuela fought? Geez, has it been about an hour? Wow. I'm with you, Julian. I'm with you there, mate. I think Crawford be a tough fight for him, but I think he will rise to the occasion and get the job done. Yes, he did, Peter. I was actually there for that fight when Crawford beat Horn. Let's just say they didn't really respect and give Jeff Horn much homage, I suppose you're going to call it that. He was not treated well. It was actually great to be over there for that fight, though. Jeff and his team were great. They let us go to his. We actually met him in the food court of all places, sitting there late at night with his wife, and they allowed us to drive out to his last training session at Kevin Barry's gym in Las Vegas. So he's got a private little gym at his house. So we went out there and watched Jeff's last training session, and yeah, he was awesome, Jeff. But yeah, he probably a little bit out of his depth against Terence. This is a long anthem. All right, final predictions, guys. I'm assuming most of us are going for Crawford, but is there anyone out there that thinks Madrimov will win? I think Madrimov will give a good account of himself. I just think Terence Crawford again is just a different proposition. All right, so that is the anthem of Uzbekistan. And now we have probably the best anthem to listen to at a sporting event is the Star Spangled Banner. Been to a few sporting events in America and you just can't beat it. Of course, our anthem is great, but it's definitely, great thing to be part of. All right, here we go. What's that, Volley? What are your thoughts? Geez, by stoppage. Wow. Okay, says James. I don't mean to be rude during the American anthem, by the way, but I can barely hear it. So I think it'd be pretty silly of me just sitting here and not doing anything. So I apologise if I offend anyone talking through the American anthem. But again, as I said, I can't actually hear it. What's that, Volley? What are your thoughts on Zarafa wanting to fight the Zoo brothers? Well, I did have my say on this, Volley, in a couple of videos I've done recently, and Michael wasn't overly impressed about it, let's just say. He messaged me. But I don't give a shit. I'll have my say about whatever I want to have a say about. And I think I can understand him wanting to fight the Zoo brothers, but I think Nikita's definitely one that might happen, but I doubt that Tim, unless he really has to fight Michael, would fight. The only way I see it happening is maybe if Tim loses his next fight and then really has nowhere to go, he might fall back on the Michael Zarafa fight. Still hasn't got an opponent, though, for his September fight, so you just never know. You just never know. But good for Australian boxing. Probably doesn't have a lot of relevance worldwide. But, yeah, it's still, I think, Nikita and Michael Zarafa would be still a pretty big fight here in Australia. Tim would obviously be bigger, but I've just got the impression or the feeling that Tim is looking at far bigger things than Michael Zarafa. But on point says Glenn. The fight's about to start. Team Madrimov, yep. What do you think about Saudi Arabia promoting these big fights? Look, obviously I don't mind. I love it, but I would just like to hope as they go, we don't need 80 to 90 rounds of boxing on. It's great. I love it. And if you want to watch all day, that's awesome. I know they're trying to please us. I just don't think they need to have so many 10 and 12 rounders on the card. But it's better than nothing, I suppose, isn't it? But no, I think they're doing great things, Julian. And surely they'll get bigger and better as we go, as they get more experience in the boxing world. Maybe they should take over amateur boxing, because without someone like these guys, because these guys do the live golf as far as I know as well, maybe that's what we need, is that for them to take over amateur boxing so that we can save it from itself, really, because at the moment I just worry about where boxing, especially amateur boxing, is going. What's that, Flash? I'm supposed to be installing some face show to the house this afternoon, but still waiting for this fight. Yep. If I'm Tim, I'm fighting Zerafa. It's a big payday and keeps him active. Yeah, but I get the impression, Peter, he doesn't want to give Zerafa the satisfaction of a payday, I don't think, to be honest. I've talked to Tim and Glenn just in passing a few times about Zerafa, and both of them pretty much just sort of roll their eyes and say next subject. I don't think they're interested, but timing's everything, and you just never know. If Michael has, if Tim can't get a fight coming up, then maybe he steps in, or if he has a good win over Tommy Brown, which shouldn't be too hard, you wouldn't have thought, for Michael, that could be a prospect down the track, but we'll see. Tim only fights Zerafa if Zerafa beats up Nikita. Yep, maybe. He's not used to his opponents actually fighting back at him. I'm not quite sure who that was for. No way Zerafa beats Nikita. Well, at this stage, Volley, I've got to say, to be a pretty even fight, in my opinion. I think Michael's got the experience. Nikita has obviously got the pedigree. It'd be an interesting fight. If it wasn't for the fact that Nikita seems to get rocked in every fight, and Zerafa has proven that he can punch, I'd back Nikita. But yeah, it'd be an interesting fight. I don't think Michael has much of a chance of beating Tim, but credit to him for at least saying, hey, I want the fight. So, all right, so the introductions are happening at the moment. The referee is Jack Ruiz, good referee. $10 on Madrimov for the KO at 9-1. Worth a shot. Yep. Bet the house on Crawford KO. I'm not sure it's going to be a KO there, mate, but I think he's going to win clearly, in my opinion. Yep, close fight. Here we go. Michael Buffer says, let's get ready to rumble. Still love to hear it, don't you? Cody Beacon beats Zerafa. He wasn't too happy with me, Michael, Glenn. But in this world, I'll say whatever I want. And I told him so. All right, so ISRAIL, Madrimov, no, Barty, I'm not streaming the fight. This is a watch along. It's me. It's you watching me watching the fight and all commenting on it. So apologies if you're here for the stream. Tim will be mentally unstable if Zerafa beats his little brother. I think, yeah, that's the only problem, the way it happens. Zerafa boxes Nikita's ears off. Well, he's been a very, very good fighter on the domestic scene, Peter, hasn't he, Michael? Obviously, the big question comes when he goes internationally. But, yeah, I think it's a tough one. As I said, Nikita has shown that he's been a little bit chinny in some of his fights, and Michael can punch. So, I think it'd be good for Australian boxing anyway, and that seems to be what No Limit are aiming for. All right, so ISRAIL Madrimov gets introduced. Interesting that he's the challenger getting introduced first. The champion getting introduced first, but when you're the A side, you're the A side, aren't you? Yep, all the crew in Crawford's corner making sure they're all on the TV. Yep, you are, boys. Terence Crawford from Omaha, Nebraska. 40-0, 31 knockouts on an 11-fight winning streak. Yeah, it's an interesting one, guys, with the Nikita versus Tim. I think Nikita shows a lot as far as his natural ability goes, but I am worried, if I'm going to be honest, that he has been rocked and shaken and really put under the microscope by some pretty average fighters. And And regardless of what's happened with myself and Michael, I think still he's a very, very risky fight for Nikita, and I'm not quite sure he's ready quite yet for Michael. But if they think if maybe it's like roll the dice and let's see what Nikita's got. If he can't beat Michael, well, maybe he's gonna make it at the level. So, all right. So the two fighters come to center ring, and we are almost set to go for Terence Crawford, ISRAIL Madrimov. Right, so I've got the score cut up there, so we'll keep a look at that. It's going to be, I think it's going to be a very, very good fight. But again, I'll say that I think Terence Crawford wins a clear decision for me. But let's see. He looks a bit odd with the green Grant's gloves. I'm used to seeing him with those big Everlast gloves on. All right, here we go. Round number 1. And Madrimov takes center ring. Crawford, as he does, just has a little look at Madrimov. Does throw a lead left hook there that misses. And, yes, Terence Crawford, as usual, just likes to have a look at his opponents. Does switch to southpaw now. He does like to do that, of course. I don't think that rematch happens, by the way, Peter. I think that was pretty conclusive. All right, so both fighters just having a good look at each other at the moment. Madrimov center ring coming forward. Geez, he looks so much like Triple G coming forward. Nice. He's got a nice hard jab as Madrimov. That time he jabs to the body. And size-wise, Madrimov does look slightly bigger than Terence Crawford, that's for sure. Crawford moving to his left, just pouring out that lead right hand. He's still in the southpaw stance. And not really anything of note thrown yet by either fighter. Both guys just probing that jab, as you would expect. Fighters of this caliber, they don't just go out there and let it all hang out. They go out and have a good look at what the other opponent's got. They would have a lot of respect for each other. There's a lead right hand from Madrimov that falls just short. And Crawford hasn't really done anything just yet. But again, to be expected. And it looks like Crawford's quite content to be on the outside. Madrimov looks quite comfortable on the inside. A little jab from Crawford there. Madrimov jabs to the body. But you can see the respect there. Crawford, as good as he's been, he knows he's in with a live opponent here, and is giving him the respect he deserves as the reigning champion. But you do see sometimes Crawford likes, as I said earlier, just to kick it up a gear when needed. 30 seconds to go in round number 1. Crawford he's back to the red corner, but doing a good job, I think, at the moment of just keeping Madrimov at bay. Some good little jabs, little lead left hand there, still in the southpaw stance. There's a counter from Madrimov there. Just landed a little subtly there. And a little 1-2 from Crawford lands on the gloves of Madrimov. Yeah, nice even round. I'm going to give that round to Crawford. I thought he was slick. Landed there wasn't a lot landed by either guy, but I just think overall ring generalship and a couple of little jabs. Got in. There's Eminem sitting next to Turki Al Sheikh. And it's amazing how many friends Turki Al Sheikh suddenly has, hasn't he? I wonder what he paid Eminem for that performance. Kate Beckinsale, but there she is behind Eminem. As I said earlier, looking very good for probably a lady that's in her late 40s. Crawford, very patient fighter till he sees the opportunity. Yep. He'll be sulking around. Doesn't care if he doesn't either, mate. Madrimov will jab to the body a lot, maybe too much. Yeah, well, look, it was a close round. But Yeah. What's that there? Julian Budd's downloading data. Yeah, he is, yeah. No, closest round, but I think Crawford did enough to take the round. And here we go for round 2. That was a quick break. So Madrimov coming forward again. He's looking a little bit more anxious this round. You can see he's trying to really probe out that lead hand. He's looking up. He's looking down. Terence Crawford's the type of guy, a lot like Mayweather was. He will not engage you if he doesn't want to engage you. He will just wait, and he's so patient, and it does frustrate a lot of guys who then make mistakes by maybe going a little bit or getting a little bit more excited than what they should be, and then you play into the trap, and then they'll counter you all night long. And I just get the feeling now that Crawford is going to force Madrimov to come at him and will not budge, and eventually Madrimov will crack and trying to start upping the pace, and that's probably where you'll see Crawford do his best work. And again, it looks a bit odd with Crawford with those Grant's gloves on. It's not what we're used to seeing. So Madrimov, he's definitely trying to pick up the pace, but he just looks a little frustrated at the moment because every time he comes in, he's just being met with a little jab or a lead left hand. See, obviously the strategy is for Crawford to fight as a southpaw, which is, I think, a little bit surprising. Although maybe later in the fight he might turn back to orthodox. But at the moment, quite content to be a southpaw. And Madrimov is he's trying to push the pace without really throwing a lot of punches, but you can see he's getting a little anxious, a little frustrated by Crawford's reluctance to lead first. So we've got 1:15 to go in round number 2. Jab to the body from Madrimov, but so far, just the same round as the first. I think Crawford just he's not throwing a lot, not landing a lot, but just that more ring generalship and just being in control of the fight so far. There's a lead right hand from Madrimov that lands on the gloves. Another lead right that hits the gloves. But a better round from Madrimov, I think, with 40 seconds to go in round number 2. So not a lot of action so far, but he's you can see both guys, they almost look like they're frustrated with each other. It's like, you lead, no, you lead. There's a lead left hand to the body from Crawford. Madrimov coming forward, 10 seconds to go. Couple of good body shots there from Crawford. Maybe that was just enough to win him the round. A good little left and a right to the body. So look, another close round. Look, I'm going to give that round to Crawford as well. Madrimov definitely picked up the pace a little bit. I just don't think he landed really anything. And I think Crawford with a couple of lead lefts, couple of jabs. I think he, and then especially those body shots towards the end of the round, I think was enough to win him the round. But a couple of close rounds anyway. What's up? Madrimov needs to sit behind the jab and close the distance. Yeah, he's just sort of, he just looks frustrated at the moment, Peter. He's just, he's waving that left hand out there. He's looking up, looking down, but Crawford just will not budge. And he's making Madrimov lead, and then he's countering him. So Bud will stay in southpaw to take his jab away. Yep. Crawford's brilliant at using the ring space. Well, he is certainly, mate. It must be difficult to score the early rounds sometimes when they're both just filling each other out. It is. And I suppose in that instance there, mate, you got to look at who is the A-side fighter, who the judges might be looking at, and that would be Terence Crawford. So that's why I think if in doubt, they would probably give those rounds to Terence Crawford. And both guys, without many punches being thrown in the first 30 seconds here, both look like they're trying to up the pace. There's a nice little 1-2 from Terence Crawford on the counter. The uppercut that almost hit the mark there. And you can almost see the pace of the fight really starting to ramp up a little bit here. Just at the moment, Madrimov, look, he's trying hard to get in, but he's definitely frustrated by Terence Crawford. Nice jab from Terence. And you just get the feeling that Madrimov's going to have to really try something soon, or else he's going to be 3 or 4 rounds down and pretty much out of the fight. Because Terence Crawford's just going to get better as the rounds go on. We know that. So a minute into round number 3. And so far, I think Terence Crawford has had the better. Being very conservative, though. Very conservative. He reminds me a lot of the way Floyd Mayweather used to fight. Just having a real good look at it. He's making his opponent punch first, fighting at his own pace, will not be drawn into anything that he doesn't want to be involved in, and just cruising along at the moment, just picking his shots. And I think, again, doing enough to win this third round, just over halfway through. Look, it hasn't been a very entertaining fight so far at all. We've barely got out of neutral so far, but Terence Crawford, just so far, I think, having just slightly the better of these exchanges. Yeah, it wasn't a bad right hand from Madrimov there. Or uppercut from Crawford. Nice shot. Minute to go in round number 3. There's a left uppercut to the body. Right hand from Madrimov gets caught on the gloves. Geez, he's boxing well at the moment, Terence Crawford. Again, not much is happening at all. Madrimov does come in with a jab there, but Crawford, not sure whether something's wrong with his trunks there. He's got one of the patches on his trunks are coming off. So 20 seconds in round to go in round number 3, and maybe a slightly better round for Madrimov, but not much has happened. He's landed a couple of okay shots, but I think Crawford's probably done a little bit more. Does land a jab on the bell there. Look, he's probably finished slightly better for the round. So I'm going to play devil's advocate here and actually give Madrimov that round. It was a very, very uneventful round. Neither fighter really did anything, if I'm being honest, but I think Madrimov really pushed the pace. He did land a couple of good jabs, a couple of inside shots. Crawford did land a good uppercut there at one stage, but oh, hang on. What have I done there? I've got that wrong, haven't I? It is 29. 20. Yeah. So, look, your guess is as good as mine in this. Good right hand landed there from Madrimov, and he did land the jab. And I just think, look, he has been the busier fighter throughout, and there's a good uppercut landed by Crawford, but Madrimov did land his own left hand. I just think his work rate there, and I think you've got to give him a round at some stage. So I'm going to say that Madrimov won that round. Madrimov doesn't look that great of a technical fighter, and I think Zoo would school him. Bud respecting the power. Yes, Anthony, he's doing a good job at the moment. Yeah. Peter, that's what I said, mate. It's good. Great fighters make average fighters, great fighters make good fighters look average, if that makes sense. And even though I gave Madrimov that round, it wouldn't surprise me at all if Terence Crawford's won every round so far. But I think his work rate alone was enough, and maybe he landed 1 or 2 extra shots, but that's probably about it. So round number 4, 30 seconds in. Let's see, maybe we get a little bit more action, because so far Madrimov hasn't really shown us what all the hype is about. And I can see Eddie Hearn at ringside just starting to sweat a little bit there. He's been very vocal about Madrimov's chances in this fight. Here's a nice, probably the hardest shots Crawford's there. They didn't land, but he stood his ground and threw a real hard 1-2 at Madrimov there. There's the punches. Crawford's landed 15 of 82. Madrimov's landed 14 of 43. So a better punch average or percentage. But Crawford has... I can't see how Madrimov's landed 14 shots, if I'm being honest. And Crawford's still in that southpaw stance. Shakes his head with a right hand that looked to have landed there. Uppercut lands on the gloves from Crawford. Well, nice body shot there from Crawford. Through the jab, drew him in, and then through the left to the body. Nice shot. So slick is Terence Crawford. And Madrimov is really looking frustrated now. He just cannot get his shots off, although he does land a right hand there. And the action definitely has picked up in round number 4. And he looks a little bit more capable this round, I suppose. Madrimov having a little bit more success, but Terence Crawford, in my opinion, still being the slicker fighter and landing so far. Just not that either fighter's landing a lot, by the way, but looking a little slicker for me. And he continues to try and cut Crawford off, but he's not doing a very good job at all of actually cutting the ring off at all. Terence at the moment is being able to pretty much move left and right at will. Oh, nice uppercut from Crawford lands. Great left uppercut there. And it is, I think the commentators just said, I was about to say that he's pretty risky at this stage throwing uppercuts from long range, but Crawford does it and he gets away with it all the time. So it's 10 seconds to go in round number 4. I think a good round for Terence Crawford. Madrimov did land a right hand, but Crawford comes back with his own left hand. So, yes, good point there, Peter. He did have that draw with Michael Zorro, and I've never heard of him either. All right, so far the fight going very much the way I thought it might, but let's see what's in store in the next 8 rounds. Look, it's definitely not setting any records as far as excitement goes, but I'm liking the skill level of especially Terence Crawford. So Madrimov landed a right hand that sort of scun off the top of Crawford's head. But then Crawford comes back with a nice lead jab. I'm pretty sure they'll show the uppercut here at some stage. No, they don't, but he did land a couple of really good shots there, head and body with that left uppercut. All right, so round number 5. So Crawford wearing black trunks, Madrimov wearing the white trunks. And I think Madrimov really got to pick things up here. He's going to be about 4 rounds down. And so far, I really haven't seen anything from Madrimov that shows me that he's the man at 154, especially I hope Sean Porter's watching this. So I think from what I've seen so far, I think Tim Tszyu handles Madrimov pretty much with ease. But Crawford, on the other hand, has just shown so far how many levels he is above these guys. And Madrimov's a good fighter, but Crawford is a great fighter. So a minute into round number 5. Madrimov doing his best to pick the pace up here, but Terence Crawford, he's just jabbing, probing, and then lands his left hand or an uppercut or whatever it might be. But so far, Terence Crawford pretty much doing what he wants. So a pretty vocal crowd there. It'd be interesting to see what the final crowd is. And look, it's just been a carbon copy of every round being the same as the last. I did give, I think, Madrimov the 3rd round just purely by his work rate. Probably just to be kind, to be honest. I wouldn't be surprised if Terence has won all 5 rounds so far. But it just seems to be the same old as we go on. And Madrimov coming forward, not trying anything new at this stage. He hasn't tried anything different to try and upset Crawford's rhythm or his ability to get around the ring. Hasn't cut off the ring well at all. Terence Crawford is under no pressure whatsoever in there. Oh, he does hit the deck there, but he's ruled a knockdown. He tripped his lead foot, tripped over Madrimov's lead foot. No, you can't see, mate. It's not a live stream. There's a right hand that just misses from Madrimov with 30 seconds to go. Lead right hand from Madrimov. But just not having any success in really doing anything to Terence Crawford. Look, he's trying to throw punches, but the left uppercut sort of got through. But now Terence Crawford back in the orthodox stance. So now he's pretty comfortable with the way things are going. And look, I will say Madrimov, look, he's trying hard. It's just that Terence Crawford has got all the answers, in my opinion. There's Devin Haney in the crowd. Looks like he's about 170 pound at the moment. Not the most popular in the world, fighter in the world at the moment is Devin. But he has got his zero. He's got it back. Just a reminder, guys, if you're in here, this is not a live stream. A couple of comments that we've had. No, it's not. It's a watch along. All right. Sean Porter, the same person who said Thurman would beat Zoo. Yep, I'm not a big fan of Sean. He's a bit of an each-way man like Elbow. All right, well, we haven't really reached any heights here yet, guys. We're in round number 6, and so far I have it, what you can see there, 49-46 for Terence Crawford. 4 rounds to 1. Let's see if Madrimov can find something a little bit extra in these last 7 rounds. I think Anthony's, what's the scorecards there? Chris Mannix has got, what? He's got Madrimov winning 48-47. Am I watching a different fight here? He's got Madrimov winning 3 rounds to 2. All right, well, how are you guys got it? Am I imagining things here? Let me know. I haven't really seen Madrimov really do anything yet. Not that Crawford's been overly busy or exciting either. All right, well, maybe I'm not seeing things the way that you guys are. Let me know your thoughts, guys. I just haven't seen anything from Madrimov yet apart from putting on the pressure. Okay. That is interesting. And I think you'll probably see, seen in some of Crawford's fights, if he does sense that he might be not winning clearly, he does pick it up. So let's see. All right, we're halfway through round number 6. So I'm not sure. I thought that Madrimov might have been cut there, but he's not. Okay, the referee, for some reason, stopped the fight there and asked if I was okay. I was a headbutt. Okay, I'm thinking that Crawford might be cut through a head clash. I've got to probably say in this round, Madrimov's really picking up the pace here, but I'm surprised that Terence hasn't really shown any desire to really go with him. He's still boxing very, very conservatively. I thought that Terence might box very cautious early on, and then as the fight went on, start to really open up. But so far, well, we're 30 seconds ago in round number 6, and I got to say, Madrimov's putting all the pressure on here. Hasn't really landed a lot, but his pressure's been there. Thanks. Yeah, I just don't know. Let me know if you're seeing things different here, guys. But I think Madrimov's 10 seconds ago was actually winning this round purely by work rate. I think, as I said, I don't think Terence just hasn't really got out of first gear yet. Well, good body shots landed from Crawford, but I'm going to give that round to Madrimov. So it's at 58-56. So 4 rounds to 2. And I thought I was actually being a little bit kind to Madrimov in one of those rounds. Might have been the 3rd round. But yeah, he did really put the pressure on. There's Bam Rodriguez, great fighter. Jesse Rodriguez, WBC super flyweight champion. But yeah, I was a little bit surprised that round when Madrimov really started to put it out there for Crawford, and Crawford didn't really respond. So let's see what he's got. They seem to be looking at defensive differently lately, I noticed. Yeah, maybe the criteria has changed, and Crawford has got a swollen right eye, and I think there was a small cut that was ruled a headbutt, accidental headbutt. All right, here we go for round 7. Have we got a fight here, guys? I've got it 4 rounds to 2, but obviously Chris Mannix has it differently. And you would expect that maybe Crawford might really start upping the pace here, but let's see. He has, I expected him to probably have found his rhythm by now, if I'm being honest, but. All right, so punches. Crawford, 35 of 194. Madrimov, 36 of 110. So 18% for Crawford, 33% for Madrimov. So not many punches landed at all by either guy. So what does it come down to? The defensiveness of Crawford or the aggression of Madrimov? Better step up soon there, Julian. Yeah, I agree there, Anthony. But he's a little bit gun shy at the moment. I think he's, obviously you can see, I still think he's winning clearly, but as the fight goes on and Madrimov really turns up the pressure, has Terence Crawford got the ability to go with him? Yeah, I tend to agree there, Peter. We'll see. Let's hope we get an opportunity. Sorry, an opportunity to see that. I'm sorry, I got sidetracked there. Not a pound-for-pound performance so far from Crawford. Got to agree there, Monk. Hasn't been the greatest performance so far, but I think he's, again, it's a really tough fight to score. Madrimov being the far busier fighter, Crawford being the more technical fighter, Madrimov being the B side, Terence Crawford very much the A side. It's going to be interesting. So a minute to go in round number 7. Lead hook from Madrimov lands on the gloves. I think so too, Peter. A lot of people disagree. They think Usyk is, but I'm with you. I think Inoue is the man. But I wouldn't argue with people that say that Usyk is either, or even Crawford. But not so much tonight. He hasn't really, as I said before, hasn't really got out of first gear yet. And we're in round number 7. 30 seconds to go. He's really, you don't probably understand the first 4 or 5 rounds just filling out Madrimov and doing his thing, but he hasn't really stepped it up. And Madrimov, even though he's not having a lot of success either, is really being the aggressor. Now, that's some good inside shots from Crawford. A lot better. 10 seconds to go, round number 7. Nice shots from Crawford. And what was a very, very even, non-eventful round 7, I think Terence stepped it up a little bit in the last probably 30 seconds to do enough just to take the round, although it was another really tough round to score. So, geez, anything is possible. I wonder what Boots Ennis is thinking there, sitting at ringside. He wants to be the man to fight Crawford. I tell you what, based on tonight's performance, you'd almost have to give him a crack at winning that. So, I'm with you there, Peter. Yep, this Crawford would get destroyed by Canelo. He, as I said, at the start of the fight, I thought that's just Terence doing his thing, feeling him out, getting his rhythm, getting his range, maybe just setting his traps. But we're about to enter round number 8 and still to see anything from Terence. Even though I've got him winning the fight there, I still to see anything that would say that he's in the pound-for-pound conversation. So let's see what he's got. Around number 8. Sean Porter patting himself on the back there, I think, saying, "I told you so." But maybe, look, I might be looking at the wrong fight. I just can't see. Look, I think still, obviously by my scorecard there, I still think Terence Crawford has been technically the better, landed the slightly better shots. But on the other hand, Madrimov has been a lot more aggressive and busier. I think it just comes down to how the judges judge this fight, what you're looking for, defensive mastery or the aggression of Madrimov. Yeah, I'm with you there, AP. That's probably been my criteria as well, which is why I've got him at number 3 behind the other two. I've got Inouye, Usyk, and then Crawford. Yeah, ring rust might be a thing, and age there, Anthony. Not to mention he's got a quality 154-pound guy in front of him. And looking at the body language at the moment of Madrimov, I think he really fancies himself at the moment. I think he's really gaining in confidence, and Terence so far hasn't really done anything to discourage him. And as the fight goes on, you would think that Madrimov will get more and more confident. So we're halfway through round number 8. And I think Madrimov so far, just by his work rate, is winning this round. Although neither fighter, I don't know how they've got these stats of 30 or 40 punches landed. I've probably seen about 5 each so far. There hasn't really been any punches landed at all, if you ask me. Maybe they're counting body shots, but that's probably about it. Lead right hand from Madrimov, and he doubles it up. And Crawford does a little bit of a dance, which means he definitely got his attention. Tend to agree a little bit there, Peter. Terence Crawford is just not looking himself. He does go to the body there and lands some shots there. They were taken on the gloves, though. We've got 45 seconds to go in round 8. Lead left hand from Terence Crawford. He needs to pick the pace up this round. It's still in the balance, you would think. But his timing looks off. He just looks to be labouring a little bit too. He's right hand from Madrimov lands. Nice right hand. Some marks underneath the eye of Madrimov's left eye. Some marks. And so both fighters... Yeah, I'm with you there, Anthony. Stay away. Exactly. And Crawford, he's just timing. He's just off. There's the end of round number 8, and I'm going to give that round to Madrimov. I'm not sure how the judges have it, but I have... There's Vasily Lomachenko, the IBF lightweight champion. We love Loma. All right, so I've got it 5 rounds to 3 in favour of Terence Crawford. Yeah, I'm with you there. Look, I must admit, I was definitely one that said he would carry the weight okay. Although I did say that I would wait and see how he went at 154, but I had the impression that he would be able to carry the weight, no dramas, right up to 168. But so far, I just think the weight just hasn't sat well with him. Crawford has to win. He has to completely dominate last 4 rounds without which Madrimov will keep his belt. I still have Crawford in front, though, Frank. I might be wrong, but yeah, maybe Adam. Who knows? But we're into round number 9, and either way, so far, I haven't really been impressed by either guy, if I'm being completely honest. But yeah, I've got it 5 rounds to 3, but it wouldn't surprise me if it was 4 apiece. Depends on how the judges are looking at it. So Crawford 33 of 116, Madrimov 37 of 106. To think that one fighter's landed 33 and the other one's 37, I can't even see that myself. There's been barely any punches landed, I think, from either guy. Anything of note anyway. Maybe 1 or 2 each that you've went, okay, yep, good shot. The rest have just been little jabs or body shots. But when you get two very, very good fighters that are in with each other, this is sometimes what you get. So you get the impression that Crawford has upped the pace here just a tad. He's picked the pace up here a little bit, has Crawford, and now starting just to stand his ground a little bit with Madrimov. Yeah, Peter, yeah. Yeah, I've got to agree at the moment, Peter. I think I would back Tim against both of these guys. I actually think it's strange enough that Madrimov would be the harder fight at this stage. Nice jab from Madrimov lands, and Crawford just, again, he's just labouring through, and he's just not being busy enough. He just hasn't picked it up and just looks almost a shell of himself. And Madrimov hasn't been overly impressive either. Oh, a nice hook from Madrimov. 1 minute to go in round 9, and I think it's Madrimov's best round so far. Are we seeing the demise of, or the aging of Terence Crawford here? Because Madrimov is definitely feeling very confident. Crawford's trying to pick up the pace, but his timing's off. Doesn't seem really gassed at all, but he does look to be just not being able to find his range or rhythm at the moment, and that's obviously a credit to Madrimov as well. But with 15 seconds to go in round number 9, I think Madrimov's won this round. Madrimov did slip there. I thought he might have caught one. Nice counter right hand from Madrimov lands. Yeah, lands a good jab at the bell, but I'm going to give that round to Madrimov. So I have it 86 to 85. I got to admit, it does look a little bit funny to see Eminem palling up with Turkey LL Sheik. Hope you made some good money tonight, Eminem. All right, so there's my scorecard. 5 rounds to 4 still for Crawford, but a lot of close rounds. But I will say, if Crawford does not get his act together in the last 3 rounds, he's gonna lose this fight. What's that, Anthony? You got 4 rounds each, but Madrimov in front if I had to split them after 8. Okay. Tim would work Crawford's ass off. Yep. Madrimov has taken over this fight. I agree, AP. Madrimov is easy to hit because he comes forward and he's ready-made for Tim. Yeah, wouldn't you? If you're Tim Tszyu, you'd be sitting back absolutely spewing about what happened in Vegas, because he could be in line. Well, he probably would have been fighting Crawford tonight, but he'd be just thinking, why can't I get one of these big fights? He'd be very impatient after watching tonight, I would think, because it really should be him in there doing this to Crawford. All right, round number 10. And let's see what we've got. Again, I've got Crawford winning, but close rounds in there, and he just does not look himself tonight. And I'll say it again, I expected him after probably 5 or 6 rounds to really pick it up and become the Crawford we know, but he just has not been able to get going after the 5th or 6th round. He is starting to be a little bit more aggressive, though. He's coming forward. Madrimov with that busted up left eye. Good. There's some left hand and a right hook from Crawford. All right, so Chris Mannix has it the opposite to me, as 86-85, and I'm not going to argue with that. I mean, 5-4 either way. I think that's probably fair. So he has Madrimov in front. He has given him the last 2 rounds, which I think I have as well. But I've still got Crawford winning. Very close fight. Yeah, there's a 1-2. There's another one from Crawford. Getting the better so far, halfway through round number 10. Probably the first time I've seen anything like the Terence Crawford we're used to seeing. And it's probably been not a coincidence, as now he's just starting to come forward and probably back Madrimov, and now probably exposing a few of his limitations as well. Where for most of the fight so far, he's been allowing himself to be backed up and letting Madrimov come forward and dictate the pace. Now, when he comes forward and actually being proactive rather than reactive, he is getting the better of the exchanges with Madrimov. But we've got a minute to go in round number 10. Not a bad round for Crawford so far. And he really needs to put his stamp on these last couple of rounds to get the win, because so far this could be anyone's fight. And credit to Madrimov as well. He's standing his round. He's going with Terence Crawford. But the first time, as I said, I've actually seen Terence Crawford look like anything like himself. Tell the IDs there, Peter. All right, we've got 10 seconds to go in round number 10. And he has looked a lot better this round. So I've given that round to Terence Crawford. As I said, I just think it's the first time we've seen the Terence, well, something like the Terence Crawford we're used to seeing. So what's that? 6 rounds to 4. Terence Crawford in front. But again, would not surprise me if it's dead even at this point. Let me know how you have it with 2 rounds to go. Tim, I'm going to say, there's Mario Lopez. Tim would whip Crawford's ass, okay? Please win Crawford. I want to see him fight Tim. That right hand from Madrimov has been on all night. Yeah, it's been a good tactic, APs. It's that the lead right hand, especially when Terence has been in the southpaw stance. He's probably been in the southpaw stance for probably about 80% of the fight, really, but he has used that right hand to effect. And strangely, Crawford hasn't really been able to see it coming. So big 2 rounds coming up. And have we seen another instance of fighters going up in weight, just struggling a little bit? We've seen it with Benavides. We saw it with Morrell earlier tonight. Are we seeing it with Terence Crawford? And we saw it with Canelo, of course, against Bivol. Such a big step up, that 7 pounds or whatever it is they go up these days. And you've got to have that much more respect to fighters like Inoue and Pacquiao, don't you? Who just have gone through the weights. And Crawford to that extent, up to 147, but he's 154. Maybe a little bit too far. We'll see in the last 2 rounds. Again, I've got him winning 6 rounds to 4, but would not surprise me to see it 5-5 or even 6-4 for Madrimov. All right, so 45 seconds into round number 11. And Crawford definitely looking to pick the pace up here. But Madrimov is looking confident, not throwing a lot at the moment, Madrimov. And again, it comes back to, I think, Crawford is now the one coming forward. Nice little lead hook from Madrimov. Yeah, well, the commentators just said the right hand landed for Madrimov. I don't think it landed that hard, but anyway. So I thought the last round Terence was starting to come on, but this round it's probably been Madrimov being the busier fighter. We are a minute 20 to go in the round number 11, and this is going to go down to the wire. This is going to be a very close fight. Very close fight. So Crawford's landed 73 of 341 for 21%. Madrimov 67 of 212 for 32%. You're right, Peter. Not only has he looked a bit lethargic and slow, but no power whatsoever at 154. And I think Madrimov so far is winning this round with 50 seconds to go in round number 11. I thought, as I said, we'd finally started to see the real Terence Crawford in the last round, but he has not been able to follow up in round 11. There's a nice lead right hand from Madrimov, hits the mark. Left uppercut from Crawford. He's trying to pick it up, Terence, but he's just a little bit off. Having said that, Madrimov is a very good fighter. This is going to be a very close fight. Oh, for the first time, Madrimov holds on. Yeah, good end to the round by Crawford, but if I'm being honest, I think Madrimov still wins that round. And we've got ourselves a fight, ladies and gentlemen, which is an understatement, of course. So there is my unofficial scorecard. I have it 105, 104 for Crawford, but not with a lot of confidence, I can tell you. I don't think he needs a 10-8 round, Anthony. I don't know. You've obviously scored it for Madrimov so far. I mean, I just don't think Madrimov's done a hell of a lot either, apart from be aggressive. I haven't really seen him land a lot of really clean shots. Not that Crawford has either. I think just, again, it comes down to what the judges are looking at. Are you looking at the aggression of Madrimov? Are you looking at the technical prowess of Crawford? Are you looking at A side versus B side? I don't know. There's so many things that goes through these judges' minds. But we're into round number 12. They touch gloves, and let's see who can win it. Because as you can see there, I've got a 1 point in favour of Crawford. But again, I would not be surprised if Madrimov is winning this fight. Oh, nice flurry from Crawford to start round number 12. And you can see that I've got a feeling that Crawford's being told in the corner, you have to win this round. And maybe Madrimov's just a lot better than maybe what I thought he was. All right, so Chris Mannix has it exactly the same as me. He's got it 105, 104, but the rounds are all over the place. So he's got Crawford winning the same as me, 105, 104. And let's see, this is where, the champions show their real mettle, don't they? And so far, I think Crawford's has won this round. We are a minute into round number 12 in what's turned out to actually be a pretty good fight. And Madrimov he switches to southpaw now. Nice uppercuts from Crawford. Good punches. And Madrimov, he's now looking to show the effects. And Crawford has really picked it up here. It was halfway through round number 12. Yep, thanks for the thumbs down there, whoever that was. Appreciate it. You could stop someone looking for a live stream. All right, we are minute 10 to go in round number 12, and I think Terence Crawford, from what I've seen so far, is closing out the fight. Will it be enough? Because there's so many close rounds. And there's been, again, no coincidence that since Terence Crawford has really started to stand his ground and actually go after Madrimov, that's where he's had the most success. 45 seconds to go, round number 12. And Madrimov is doing his best to hang with Crawford. But Terence is, I think so far, doing enough to win this round with 30 seconds to go. Madrimov letting it all hang out. He's letting him go, but I think Crawford, he's falling into Crawford's hands because Crawford's now just picking his shots. And all of a sudden, he looks pretty slick. All right, we're almost there. 10 seconds to go in what's been an unbelievably close fight. Has Crawford pulled it out of the fire? Very, very close fight. Very close fight. Don't know what happened with the timer there. They did say there was 10 seconds left and 10 seconds went by and then they clicked the clickers. Well, that is it, guys. That is the end of round number 12. Now, I've given that round to Terence Crawford. So, in my humble opinion, I have him winning 115, 113. However, I would not be surprised if Madrimov wins this, or do we get a draw? Do we get a draw? Madrimov very confident that he's won this fight. So let's see. Well, as I said, you can see there, I've got it 7 rounds to 5, but I am not confident at all. Let's see who Chris Mannix thought there. Okay, I think he might have had it a draw, I think. Either way, I think Madrimov's shown that he's at the level. What are the or the ramifications of that? Very, very interesting to see what happens. Crawford, I've got to say, doesn't look overly confident in the corner. And Madrimov's very happy with himself. Who do we think got it, guys? What do we got? Monk, it's in America. Crawford will win, yeah. Tim must be kicking himself. He got injured. Tim beats both of them, yeah. Draw. Okay, yeah, I wouldn't be surprised. Tim and Ortiz would punch holes in both these blokes, yep. This Crawford is not beating Zoo at 154. In fact, I think Tim hurts him. Tim gets better the longer the fight goes. Yeah. Wow, this is going to be a very interesting decision here, guys. Let's see. I'm going to turn it. Oh, I don't care. I'm going to turn it up a little bit louder so we can hear this. Thanks to everyone that's tuned in today, guys. We've got 114 people watching at the moment. We've had a lot of people sort of come through today, so I really appreciate that. Apologies to anyone that thought it was a live stream, but I think you should know that you can't do that on YouTube. You'll get barred. All right, Peter says Ortiz sparred Crawford and didn't do well. Is that right? Okay. Well, sparring though, Peter. Fighting's a whole different ball game, but yep, I get it. All right. Wow, this is going to be interesting. And I've got to say, if body language says anything, you would think that maybe Madrimov's got this. Oh, thanks, Glenn. Appreciate it, mate. All right, here we go. Michael Buffer. Here we go. $116, $112. $115, $113. $115, $113. The winner and Terence Crawford gets the unanimous decision. 115, 113 times 2 and 116, 112. What did I have it? 115, 113. So, look, great performance from Madrimov, but a bit of a scare for Terence Crawford, though. Thanks, Robbie. Appreciate it, mate. What's that, Anthony? Madrimov deserves a W, but split decision draw coming out. No, I don't know. No worries, Volley. Appreciate it, mate. Thanks to you, authorised seller. Yep. Thanks very much, mate. Appreciate it. And great to have you on here, Robbie. Appreciate that as well. So, look, excellent fight. Took a while to get going, but I thought the last probably 4 or 5 rounds were very entertaining. But credit to Madrimov, but I agree with whoever said on there. I think that Tim Tszyu has a massive opportunity to be the king at 154, and he would be kicking himself. Not that it was really his fault with what happened against Fundora, but I think he'd be, with the cut that happened, if he had got through Fundora, it would have been him fighting Crawford probably today. And I think based on what I saw today, I think Tim has a massive, massive chance of beating Terence Crawford. Now, maybe it could be going up in weight. Didn't really sit with him well in this fight. Maybe the next one he might carry the weight a little bit better. Has been very inactive. My advice if I was in Terence Crawford's camp would be, mate, we need you to fight more than once. I know he's only got a couple of fights left, but based on that performance today, he does not beat Canelo Alvarez. It's as simple as that. So credit to him. Got the job done. He did what a what's that there? Gracias can call. Yeah. We don't get too into the cultural appropriation down here, Volley. You can call us whatever you want, mate. But yeah, based on that, I'm not that enthused that Terence Crawford beats or even gets close to Canelo. But as I said, yeah, maybe he just needed that fight to have a fight at the weight, to get accustomed to it. Maybe as he goes on in his next fight, he might carry the weight better. But if he struggled that much going from 147 to 154, how would it be going from 154 to 168? And not having Madrimov, who is tough, he was game, but he's not Canelo Alvarez. Canelo Alvarez is skillful, he's strong, he's powerful. It's a whole different proposition. And if you're a little bit off against Canelo, and you got a big solid 168 pounder throwing bombs at you, I just think that from what I saw tonight or today, that Canelo Alvarez might actually stop Terence Crawford. So thanks, Julian. Appreciate it, mate. Amigo, Robert. Culture, it's very PC here. Thanks, Peter. Hope you enjoy the rest of your weekend. I'm not going to enjoy my weekend at all. Your mob has spoiled my weekend and probably spoiled my next couple of weekends. But anyway, it is what it is. All right, guys. Well, we're going to call it a day after that. Really appreciate everyone that tuned in. It's always a pleasure to talk boxing with you guys, to watch the boxing with you guys. Make sure you check me out tomorrow, Talking Boxing at 7 p.m. Make sure to look out for my videos of a morning walking boxing on every morning. And like, subscribe, share, all that sort of stuff. And we'll catch you next time. Thanks again.